Damn it. Can y'all hear me now? Drop a one if you can hear me now. That sucks. I did all that talking for nothing. Drop a one if you can hear me now. All right. Yeah, that sucks. I did all of that for nothing. We have a good show tonight. Pro Black Perspective is here. Kevin Carre and others are here in the chat. We're going to be discussing the power of reform, 31 million tons of gold found in Uganda. We're going to ask a question: should men tell middle-aged single mothers that they're worthless or unworthy unless they entertain polygamy? We're going to follow up the Rizza Islam case. Someone wants to hear from Jay tonight and ask Jay what it is like living in the Netherlands as an African. We're going to discuss what Brother Bakari brought up last week. What businesses should we be trying to build? We're going to talk about the model minorities. You know who those are and the BS that they're on again. We're going to talk about Postmates' new bottom-friendly menu. That's interesting. We're going to talk about what it is you can learn from the Black Seminoles. And we're going to ask the question, do our young women, our young Black equals African women, do they still have the fight within them? All right. Sorry for the for no audio. I don't know why this did that. But what we'll do, we'll start the show officially. I dropped the link already for those who want to join the panel tonight. We're going to start the show officially now. And on the other side, I'll drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. All right. So you guys stick in there. That's what we have going on tonight. I'll see you on the other side.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now, your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. We're back. I'm going to have to mute Kare. You have some noise coming through there. We're back. Let me welcome in Mr. Untouchable. Mr. Untouchable, how are you this week?
I'm great, brother. I hope everyone is doing good.
Cool.
Respect to you and respect to the panel.
Yes, sir. Good to see you again this week. I heard you on Gas 'em Up last night. I was in the audience taking it all in. That was a good conversation last
Oh man, I couldn't. I had to sneak on because Friday is a family day for me.
night. Yeah, I saw you saying you were hanging with your family, and so yeah, Fridays is my. I mean, really and truly, Friday for me personally is my weekend. So it's hard for me to hop on with them every Friday, but I'm sure next Friday I'll hop on as well. Kevin Carre, how are you this week?
I'm great. I'm just glad now that the season's over. Sorry I missed the last 2 weeks, but I'm back fully now.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. What were you finishing up? College or high school?
High school, college is over.
Okay, so high school sports.
It's gonna be so and so. The AD retired. I'm gonna tell you that. If you know what I'm
Really?
talking about. Yeah.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
talk to you privately about it.
Okay, cool. Man, glad to have you guys with us. The link is in the chat. Anyone who wants to hop on can hop on. In the meantime, I'm going to post Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 is the power of reform. This came with a link. Let's check it out. And on the other side, we'll discuss it. Okay. Let me share my screen. Hold on. Working a little foolishly today. Hold on. Let me share my screen with you guys. And so we'll check out this video. And on the other side,
Dr. Rashad,
we'll discuss it.
where are you from? Who are your people? What inspire? As I love this platform because I get to talk to really interesting, brilliant people every day. And I'm talking about not just people in front of me on, who are invited guests, but also the callers, the listeners.
Yes, that's right.
And this is the other process of growing because you get to listen, I didn't necessarily agree with Pam, but then she made her case and then you came in and made a case. And I'm like, oh, okay. I didn't see it that way, which is what we should be like. Let me broaden my view on this so I can see more of it. Because if you're myopic, then you get stuck and you think you're right, but you can't see the full picture. Our job is to broaden our picture so we can see more things to have an informed opinion. What made you who you are? Where are you from? Who's your people? Who inspired you?
I was born in a place called Albany, Georgia, but I've been in Metro Atlanta since I was about 10, 11 years old. I became a foster child. I went through 5 different foster homes. I got caught up in gang life. I was raised.
Pause. No. What happened at 10 that put you in that situation?
It's a long story. And the reason why I'm not going to go into detail is because literally my biological mother, who's involved in that story, just passed away a few days ago. And I'm actually laying her to rest this week. So I won't go into, and that's fine. I won't go into that part of the story too deep, but there was a conflict and it involved another man who physically abused me. And it led to me being excommunicated. That's right. From that home. So I get to the Atlanta metro area. I actually
so first day in foster care.
Yeah.
I'm sharing with people. I'm reading Viola Davis, who had probably one of the most horrific childhoods that I've read, somebody that we know that's so successful. Xavier Pope, also a similar situation. He and his twin sister, he's a sports attorney in foster care. 99.9% of people in that system get broken, but the ones that don't, the ones that break out of a situation become some of the most incredible human beings. But that's not the norm, right?
Yeah.
So what was it about you?
Let me tell you what happened to me. I was raised gangster disciple. I actually do gang deprogramming today. I do peace treaties from Atlanta to Chicago. So I'm still connected to that culture in a positive way. All right. I'm not competition. I'm proof that it can be done. I'm literally a college professor at the same college I used to trap outside of as a teenager. So these stories are real to me, and I make sure that everyone in front of me is aware of these stories. So here's what happened. At 17 years old, Karen, I get arrested for a felony. Nothing new. By this time in my juvenile life, I have been arrested roughly 8 times. This was number 9. not a problem. I'm in the back of this police cruiser and I notice he's headed in the wrong direction. I said, listen, man, Juvenile, Panthersville is this way. And he looked back at me. He said, son, if you're going to break the law, you need to learn it. Georgia had just passed a law that said all 17-year-olds will be adults in this state. Now, the reason why that law was passed was to lock young Black men like me up and throw away the key before we turned 18. That's why that law was passed. The district attorney in the county that I got arrested in did not like that law, but he was powerless to change it. So he created a policy at the DA's office. He said, no matter what the crime is, if they are 17, they will get an opportunity at the First Offender Act. That First Offender Act allowed me to get out of jail. That First Offender Act allowed me to get a GED. The First Offender Act gave me money to take my SATs, to prepare for my SATs. And that's how I started the trajectory for change. But I was still incarcerated, Karen, for 1 year. I was incarcerated for 1 year. I have no felony conviction on my record today because of that First Offender Act. But inside of that 1 year of incarceration from 17 to 18 is when I had my God experience. And it took me away from the negative elements of the community that I was raised in long enough for me to realize that I wanted something more. And then when I'm released, I could actually draw on the cultural experiences that I had through those multiple families that adopted me. Now, what I look at as adversarial became positive, because I had some experiences with these families, some great cultural experiences that some of my cohorts in the neighborhood didn't have. And that's how you get to the trajectory of Dr. Rashad Ritchie.
The road to Damascus, what was the moment? What blinded you? Then the scales fell off. What happened?
That's so deep, because there is one. I was locked up with a cat named Psycho from my old neighborhood.
Psycho.
Right? Let me tell you, when Psycho got in, I remember running to hug him, because finally I got somebody I know inside of this pod with me, right? And he hugged me back. I forgot I was incarcerated, Karen. And I said, Psycho, man, it's good to see you. And he pushed me off. He said, man, don't call me that. My name is Ronnie Purvis. He had just been transferred from another jail because of more charges he had to face, right? And he told me about him changing his life in jail. And I remember looking at this brother and I said, come on, man, you talking all that Jesus talk. Once you get released, you'll be right back to the same old cycle. And he said, man, I'm in here for murder. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. And so this brother started to mentor me, got me my first Bible, showed me how to read it. I didn't understand the differences in the synoptic gospels. He taught me that. I started going to prayer call with him. I started going to Wednesday Bible study, Sunday church, but it wasn't that. None of that convinced me. It was just a way for me to stay sane. Here's what convinced me, Karen. Psycho was known to have good hands. And in the hood, we mean he can hook, he can fight. I saw Psycho walk away from a jailhouse fight that I knew he could win. I had never seen that kind of display of strength in a man before. He walked away from a fight that I knew he could win. And when I saw that, it changed my entire thinking. And that's what it was for me.
My wheels are turning. Dr. Rashad, as we are right now in the state, somebody asked me on Twitter, are you happy? And I was like, yeah, I'm happy personally, but I'm not happy with the state of the world. Like, I feel like if everybody's not right, I can't be but so joyous. That's because right. It's, we still live in this world with people, and the amount of suffering and ignorance and weirdness that's going on, violence. I hesitate, I don't know what to do about it, So every day I'm just trying to appeal to people's better selves and just be better. And if everyone just is better, then we all can be better. As you confront Buffalo and Uvalde and the 5 this weekend, the mass shootings all over the country and all over the world, Nigeria, etc. And then there's U.S. is launching 8 missiles in response to North Korea launching missiles. I'm like, where are we right now? And what do you see coming about?
We are in a defining moment, not only in this country, but on this entire planet. Remember, what's happening in America, there's a similar movement happening in industrialized and non-industrialized nations all over the globe, okay? So we're not just at a crossroad in this country, it's everywhere. So here's what has to happen. People who actually care about truth must now step up and be unafraid to tell it. We are living in a societal construct where truth is now becoming debatable. We have allowed truth to be hijacked by debate and opinion, and that cannot be. We cannot allow that to stand. Now, here's why that is standing right now. Individuals in this nation in particular, we have been taught to become consumers. I'm going somewhere with this. Decades of commercialization and indoctrination to buy things, to move on a brand rather than a message, to connect to a personality rather than connect to substance. That kind of training has caused our voters, those of us that participate in the electorate, to become consumers and not citizens. And because of that, we're now consuming personalities. We're voting for brands. We're no longer interested in the rest of the equation as long as we get instant gratification with what we choose. And that is the state that we have to fight against. We need to fight for more thoughtful conversations like you and I are having. On my TV show, every day for the last segment, I bring in a Republican or conservative to debate me fully. And they get to pick the debate topic, not me, something no one else does out here in these streets, because I want to have an honest and open conversation about what they believe, their point of view. Now, I come armed with facts all day, so it's going to be tough to beat me. But I allow those conversations because that's where the minds will gather to say, this is why I believe what I believe, or this is why I should reject what I have been taught before.
Dr. Rashad Ritchie is here on it's Undisputed with Dr. Rashad Ritchie on TYT Network, also on YouTube. What was your debate topic today, and who did you debate with?
We debated, this was really interesting. We debated guns in America, the fascination with gun culture, the reality of gun reform, and how most Americans actually agree with it, but the elites at the NRA and Republican lawmakers do not. The individual, his name was Quay. He's an editor of a major newspaper. He actually agreed with me on about 75% of what I said. And I want to remind everyone about the gun debate. Remember, America makes up 4.4% of the global population, but owns almost 50% of all the guns on the planet Earth. You have an issue with access. In addition to that, NPR reported recently that just 22 weeks into this new year, we already have over 200 mass shootings that have happened on American soil. The issue is not mental health, because compared to other nations, America is actually better at the mental health dynamic than Canada and UK and other countries. However, we have the most violence and the most mass shootings. It is unparalleled. And it is our fascination with guns, the access to these guns, and the access to high capacity magazines. That is a reality. And just look at what happened in Texas. In Texas, the killer was able to legally get this high capacity gun at the age of 18. Well, if he was in New York or Maryland, that would not have been so. You could have stopped that, given circumstances are the same, with a simple policy to increase the age from 18 to 21, as other states have done. That was our debate. Been happening in
Interesting. Before I throw it to the panel, let me just shout out Sister Ross here, saying greetings to the panel and the yard. The Learning Curve, that's the revolutionary matron, is here as well. Good to see you, matron, by the way. We also have Daily Affirmations by Pauline. Brother Bakari is here. The Forecast Radio is here. And Kare suggested in the chat, see the documentary Idiocracy. The prompt is the power of reform. When you watch that clip, Kevin Kare, what came to mind?
What came to mind was, I didn't live in Jamaica too long, but I remember these guys when they were a little bit older than me. They were like in their 20s while I was in my, early years. And these were like criminal-minded guys. They would do criminal-minded things, shoot things up. They never did in the community. They would do their dirt outside, but we all knew what they did. But going back to Jamaica after a couple of years, after 32 years, you see how they've changed now. Like now, in their younger years, they would shoot things up. Now they're trying to, broker peace between the gangs, the young youth down there. But so I kind of, believe in the power of redemption. I always believe in second chances. Sometime, if you're young and you're doing stupid things, you're gonna get caught up in it. But you learn, and then as you get older, you get wiser. You know how to set the new generation straight forward instead of send them down a destructive path.
Appreciate that, Kevin Kare. The power of reform. That's an interesting thing when you look at this video, because he talked about reform, personal reform, and then he talked about Second Amendment reforms. And Kevin Kare just mentioned, this second chance thing. Now, I have a thing about me. You could get a second chance in the event of ... right? It's not these sweeping second chances. But I'm curious to hear, Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
I'm with you. I believe in, because I walk the middle of this discussion, because I do believe in the power of reform. I really do. I think that sometimes when people engage in certain things, given the opportunity, he said that he had to come outside of his community. Unfortunately, he had to come outside of his environment to really think about things, think things through, But I believe also in punishment as well, because when you commit acts that harm people, regardless of your mind might be reformed, but your acts that you
Mr. Untouchable, are you still speaking?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear
Kare,
you.
can you hear me?
I can hear both of you. Can y'all hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Koku, can you hear us? I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you clearly.
I would say keep speaking. Keep going.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So I think that I believe in punishment as well. Punishment for
Mr. Untouchable, did you finish speaking or did you cut out?
No, you cut out. I think it was you, because me and Kevin was talking just now. Yeah. Can you hear me now though?
I can still hear you. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can still hear you. I think it's on Koku end.
Yeah, just keep going until both of you can hear each other. Finish your point.
Yeah, I'll keep going. So what I was saying is that the acts you may have committed prior to this reformation you may have had, you still leaving victims behind, possible victims behind. So I think that these things need to be answered for, so I that's why I walk in the middle of the whole scenario. And I believe in reformation, but I also believe that some deeds can't go overlooked. You know what I mean? You have to answer for some deeds you may have committed in the time of ignorance. So that's what I believe in as far as walking the middle line and between reformation and punishment. And as far as the gun situation, I believe in the Second Amendment. I believe it's one of the most beautiful laws the United States have ever written in their Constitution. But I really believe in those rights. So me and him disagree on that one. But hopefully Koku comes back so he can continue the dialogue.
Yeah.
I'm back. I had a weird thing. I couldn't hear anything you were saying. I came back maybe for the last 30 seconds of what you were saying just now.
uh, I want to add to what Mr. Untouchable just said.
Go ahead.
With the second, I'm pro Second Amendment. These issues we're having, these are what they were saying is a lot of these. The correlation is a lot of angry young men. That's it. The gun's not the problem. It's you got to deal with that kind of problem. Start spending your money on mental health. Remember, I think you did a show many years ago called the community. What you call that place again, Koku?
I'm not sure. Give me more information. The community what?
That's where all the kids, the teenagers will hang out instead of going and being on the streets.
Oh, the community centers?
Centers, yeah. Those need to come back.
Yeah.
And teaching skills, not just sports, but life skills too. I mean, sports, they do teach life skills, but you want skills that you can use in the future. Like I would say right now, coding, or as you'd recommend STEM.
Mm-hmm.
I want to add something to that to this discussion, and I might throw it in the mix.
Go ahead.
I know we don't like to talk about this discussion, but it needs to be addressed. I think that we need to start talking about family planning within our communities. Family planning.
Absolutely.
There's what I'm seeing is sometimes these pressures, these social pressures are added into the mix because of economic reasons. And sometimes a mom of 5, and we even go getting into 5 different baby daddies and things of that nature, but a mother of 5 can't necessarily by herself hold the weight of that. And sometimes when you see some families, it's just the mother taking on life by herself with her 5 kids. There's no dad in the home and things like that. That creates social pressures, and it creates angry children because if they don't, on top of feeling neglected, they feel like they ain't getting enough love and attention and all these other things. And these things are outside factors that what actually goes on. But needless to say, I think that there needs to be a discussion about family planning within our community. Maybe it's a uncomfortable discussion, but I believe that we should throw it in the mix, personally.
No, I feel you on that. In fact, a part of what you just talked about, we will be discussing tonight as we return to the polygamy discussion tonight. Let's welcome in Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, how are you this week?
I'm absolutely great, man. What's going on, man? Koku, Mr. Untouchable, the other guy with Marcel Dixon on his avatar.
Greetings.
Peace to the chat.
By the way, you guys should be tuning in to Brother Bakari. Look up Brother Bakari on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel. I was on his live stream this past week. It was a good discussion revolving around Dr. Barbara Sizemore. So you guys should check out that episode and also subscribe to the channel while you're there. Brother Bakari, you see the prompt. It says the power of reform, and you saw this guy. I imagine you saw the video. What do you think about that?
I agree with the Second Amendment. So me and him, we ain't no such thing as but gun reform is amazing that people who've been dominated with guns want to tell people don't get a gun. That's crazy to me. But now when he was talking about how reform and he saw somebody about to get in a fight, and that's how and that would help change his mind when he was in jail. Now this guy's in Atlanta. He used to be on the radio out here, right?
Okay.
That's not the story he told a long time ago. I can't even remember, but I know that's not the story. But anyway, how he was reformed and all that. But I kind of understand what Mr. Untouchable said, right? Punishment. How can you everything he didn't say it like this, so this I'm gonna say it, but how can you talk about how reformed you are after you have torn up your community and ain't gone back to do nothing?
Yes.
You understand? So how reformed are you? I guess he got so reformed, because there's a lot I could say about him, but that ain't what we talking about right now. But anyway, so I don't see, he's talking about his personal reform. So I guess reforming the community, reforming young black men that went down a road that he claimed that he was going down. I guess that he didn't want to go back. I guess they have to go to jail too to get reformed. I don't know. I hear the mic.
That's a good point, brother Bakari. Why is it these guys always have to go to jail to be reformed? You know, like and there's a few other guests I'm gonna introduce in a second, but like in years past, there's been these young rappers like XX's Extension or whatever his name was, who were killed at young ages, and people were like, well, y'all shouldn't shit on them because remember Malcolm X also was a certain way, you know, when he was Malcolm Little. Listen, this is just me speaking. If Malcolm Little had died, Malcolm Red or whatever they call him, Detroit Red or whatever they call. If that's what, then so be it. We ain't got time to wait around for guys to perhaps change up themselves. And Bakari makes a good point there. A lot of times when these guys reform, they go on to do something else. They don't go back and try to correct the wrongs they did in their neighborhoods and whatnot. So what is this reform thing we're so hopped up on? Let's welcome in the Forecast. The Forecast, how are you this week?
Yo, what's going on? Thanks for letting me on. What up, everybody?
Good, man. I'm glad to hear from you. I was also checking out the Forecast this week. Had a good discussion on Black capitalism. Great discussion. So you guys also subscribe to his channel and make sure to click the bell to be notified when he has new offerings. Forecast, you saw this video. You see the prompt, the power of reform. What say you to it?
Well, I'll say we're reform. Well, if you look at the word, you know what I'm saying, I know we don't go by our words and stuff, but reform is like you reform, you know, like when you try to do something and it doesn't work, you kind of got to be fluent with it. That's the way I see it. Now it's depending on what you're talking about, reform, because a lot of us talk about reform the system and all of that, but you can't take something that was built off of something. Like if you take the root out of a tree, then the tree is going to die. And and the root of this has been off of our blood, you know what I'm saying, our enslavement, all of that. And you can't take the root out of it, you know what I'm saying? But you can come up with different plans and stuff to like, yo, I see that this leader had done something and it didn't work here, but it worked here. So now let me go change or adjust my approach, you know what I'm saying? And just to say the last thing for him, I don't know his past or nothing like that, but I know now. He said, you know, it'll be hard to debate him, but he uses like pretty much Democrat talking points, and you probably lose on the gun thing, you know, because you will be a fool if you are unarmed in your government. Even if you are in control of the government, you'll be a fool if they have armed weapons and all of that, and you have nothing. It's already bad enough we have no weapons, and we see the results of that. But like other countries are developing nuclear weapons, and we're talking about why other groups of people. And by the way, he mentioned New York. Like, he said New York? They have a ban, right? But I guess he forgot about what happened to Buffalo because he was so worried about what happened. It's not about to him, but so worried about those little Spanish kids, he forgot what happened in Buffalo. So it didn't really save him. You know what I'm saying? It just left you unprotected. Like, it is what it is. It's crazy people out there, and they're gonna do what they got to do. You know what I'm saying? You got a right to defend yourself by any means. You know.
I agree. New York is a trap. It's a cage or barrel that anyone could just shoot into the barrel and take you out. Let's welcome in the Pro Black Perspectives host Oni. Oni, how are you this week?
Oh wait, how do I do this? Oh, hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got
you. Yeah, I'm good. How are you, man?
I'm good, man. I'm hanging in there.
All right. As far as this prompt is concerned, I mean, I really got not much to say. I just mentioned, you know, that's a weird thing to transform over, you know, like he just saw somebody walk away from a fight. Like I do that all the time, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. But other than that, you know, I mean, everybody has their stories, you know. He has a brand. He's trying to make it in the, you know, in the streets or whatever, you know. Like usually when I see this guy, I'm like, yo, he always says the wrong thing, you know. he's been brainwashed, but you know, like I guess this puts food on his table, you know.
Yeah. Democratic shills, man. They always say the wrong thing if we're being honest about it. I see we got Gas them up in the chat saying peace, everyone. Gas them up. Join us if you can, man. I hope Jay joins us too because. And I know you guys had a long show last night. I hope Jay joins us because someone wants to hear directly from Jay later tonight. if there's no other last words for this prompt,
Can I say something about that?
yes, sir. Go ahead.
If I could get in touch with Rashad Richard, I would debate him on the guns. It'd get rid of guns. You can't get rid of the ghost guns that have no serial number that all these
Right.
white people walking around with.
Mhm.
You understand what I'm saying? And back to forecast point, everybody have a gun except the people that's needed. But you know, like you say, he always spewing those Democratic talking points. He upheld. There's a lot I can defeat him on. He upheld when people was complaining why the NAACP was giving scholarships to Arabs, East Indians, and Chinese. Well, they are colored people too. They deserve everything that we get. So it's a lot he will be destroyed on. He is a completely he has completely sold out. He was not like this in the beginning on the radio.
Really?
No, he was not this week. He has completely sold out.
That's the thing, man. I guess it goes back to what, Malcolm and everyone has said many years past. When they push these people on you, man, you really got to look at their background. You know what I mean? And while I might initially be surprised to hear, oh, he wasn't as weak as this before, when I think about it a little bit longer, when I take a little bit more time, I realize, yeah, that's kind of how that goes with these guys. You know what I mean? A lot of guys talk, and Oni has talked about a few of these people before. They talk with all this strength and stuff like that, but then when they get propped up by, especially these Democrats and whatnot, they just go to shit after that. So thank you for that, Bakari. There's no other last words on that. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze.
Wait. I got one last thing. The Supreme Court is about to rule on that. There's a case going against, I think it's 6 states, but more New York State. They're going to rule. It's going to be in a decade, another major Second Amendment ruling coming it could be coming this month.
What's the decade thing? You said in another decade, then you said later this month.
They're going to make a major ruling in the Second Amendment, the Supreme Court. So I think that case, it's against New York State about, we should be, it's challenging their ban, not being able to get guns.
Yes. I did see this a couple of weeks back. You're right. There is a group pushing for a reform, just to use the word in the prompt, for a reform for New York state to change these gun laws here, because New Jersey has better gun laws than New York. And I think that's one of the things they're standing on. Like, hey, how come in New Jersey residents can own firearms to protect their homes and whatnot, but in New York you can't? And where are the most knuckleheads? Really and truly, they're right here in New York City. Let's be honest about that. Does someone want to add something? I heard someone's mic open. All right. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 is about the fact that 31 million tons of gold was recently found in Uganda. This came with a link. Let's check out the link. So here's the title of it. As you can see on your screen, Uganda says exploration results show it has 31 million tons of gold ore. So I'm curious to know who found this 31 tons of gold ore. Uganda on Wednesday said recent exploration surveys have shown it has gold ore deposits of about 31 million tons, and it wants to attract big investors to develop the sector hitherto dominated by small wildcat miners. Over the last 2 years, aerial exploration was done across the country, followed by geophysical and geochemical surveys and analyses. Solomon Mayuta, spokesperson for the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, told Reuters. Mayuta said an estimated 320,000 tons of refined gold could be extracted from the 31 million tons of ore. Most of the deposits were discovered in Karamoja, a parched, sprawling area in the country's northeastern corner on the border of Kenya. Large reserves were also found in eastern, central, and western areas of the eastern African country. Mayuta said Wagage, a Chinese company, had set up a mine in Busia in eastern Uganda and was expected to start production this year. Wagage had invested $200 million, he said, and its mine will have a refining unit. President Yoweri Museveni's government has been seeking to ramp up investment in mining to develop resources like copper, iron ore, gold, cobalt, and phosphates. Parliament earlier this year enacted a new mining law that, once signed by the president, will pave way for the creation of a state mining company. The company will compulsorily acquire a 15% stake in every mining operation, and investors will be required to sign a production sharing agreement with the government. Previously, investors were given mining production licenses on a first-come, first-served basis. So the Chinese, they come up in this story. In the chat, KW7 says, this guy, he's talking about the first prompt. He said, this guy sells black victimhood and complains about white privilege, which is a misnomer. He's talking about the first prompt. Gas him up says, the Mzungus give gold its value. He says, price of gold is set in London. This won't work. Kevin Carre, actually, let me mix it up. The forecast. When you see this story, 31 million tons of gold in Uganda, what comes to mind?
What comes to mind is, to be honest with you, it would sound good, but like, it comes to mind that it's not going to probably benefit us. It'll be more exploitation, and that's the thing I don't really get. You know what I'm saying? Like, all of these natural resources and everything that we agree, because like gold is like, whatever you agree is money, you know what I'm saying? And for the most part, like, the American dollar is not really backed by that gold no more, you know what I'm saying? And all of these resources that come from these places, like, because there's resources everywhere, but it's the fact that we are in control of them now. Like, the story, they may or may not be, but like, I'm willing to like be like some kind of corruption is going on, because like, all of our places, for some reason, is a lot of corruption that gets caught up in it, and then of course you see like the Chinese name already up in there. So like, at the end of the day, like, I'm not surprised it's 31 tons of gold. Like, you know how much stuff that's probably hasn't been discovered. But it's the fact that like, it's no point of us discovering it if we're gonna still continue to give everything away and not have this mentality like, this is mine, I'm like, you can't be into politics if you don't have nothing to offer anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're not taking advantage of the natural resources you have, nobody's going to respect you. Just like if I can come in your house and take whatever I want anytime, like, I'm not going to respect you. But if you have something of value, you protect it. Don't let outsiders come in. Don't let them help you find nothing. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry about what we got over here. You know what I'm saying? But everybody knows all of their business, and but I'll pass the mic.
I appreciate that. Oni, what say you to this?
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing about creating their own mining company is probably the only decent thing in that article. But there's not much like I'm fearful that our people are not really studying how to get ahead, and we're kind of, continually staying behind, like even just the reality that the Chinese are going to come in and mine it and refine it, you already like taking a back seat, like we already just going to sit at the, we're going to sit at the kids' table and watch the grown-ups eat, you know what I mean? Like in our own house, you know what I'm saying? Like it's disrespectful, but Museveni, has like, he's been in power for, I want to say like 30 plus years, and like he used to have this radical youth, he used to quote unquote be a Pan-Africanist, African socialist, all that stuff. And I realized that a lot of that, the intellectual jargon that a lot of us encounter, it's not preparing us to rule and run nations efficiently, and because it's not preparing us, and because like the preparation is just not out there, we are going to be floundering for quite a while. And I don't really know what we can do. Response. Obviously, I write books, so that's something that can be done. But beyond that, it's like, yeah, we're in big trouble. And articles like this just remind me that we're in big trouble.
If you guys follow me on Twitter and stuff, you saw I posted something this week that says we are kind of doomed, but because the things that we, one of the key things we really need to be about is accountability, group and individual. By the way, shout out to D-Web from the Harsh Reality podcast. His pops transitioned this week, so I want to shout out D-Web before I forget. RIP to his pops. Yeah, we are afraid of being accountable, and this whole Uganda thing screams of this issue as well, that we're not accountable and we're in a big problem, and we're going to be in this problem for some time. That means generations of us are going to be in the same problem. It makes me cringe when I think about it. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
First, let me say rest in peace to Brother D-Web's dad. I know how it is, brother. It's been 1 year since my father passed. So, I mean, hey, my sentiments go out to you.
Oh, your dad just passed a year ago?
Yeah, so my sentiments
I didn't
go
know
out.
that.
Yeah. So my sentiments go out to him with that one. When I look at this article, look, the first thing I see is Museveni. Museveni he's a long time puppet of the United States. So I'm surprised that he is permitting the Chinese to come in there to actually do the mining itself. Because he's been a long time puppet of the United States. If this was someone like maybe Magufuli, or Magufuli is dead, or a person even like Kagame, even though he went to the School of the Americas, he have a little bit of independence in the way he governs his country. But because this is Museveni, I know that it's already going to be this gold extraction is going to be divvied up and divided between the United States himself, and China can get a little bit of crust if anything that's left over, because he is and the brother said, so was talking about intellectuals a minute ago. Museveni is not really an intellectual. He's a military mind. He believes in might. He believes in might is right. So I think that you need thinkers. You need thinkers. And I understand that we, as a group, we are very anti-intellectual, but we need thinkers. You know what I mean? Because the people who take in prominence to the forefront of the discussion these days and in the past, Cardi B. Yeah, you need long-term thinkers. You need visionaries. You need people to put plans in place and actively try to see if you could execute these plans. If I was this brother and I'm not him, I would try to either prepare my people to engage in geology, as far as the rock and in all the business and iron ore training and extraction and all these things. You need to start to prepare your people for what's to come with the mining of this ore. If you don't do that, you're gonna always have to bring in the outside world to come help you to do something you should have done for yourself a long time ago. In fact, when you decide to say, I run this country, the first thing you should do is quantify what resources you have and what resources you don't have. This shouldn't just be coming up all of a sudden. Yeah, I already should have done a survey on my land itself to find out what I own, acre by acre, mile by mile. I should know what's on my property and what's on my land. I should be able to quantify that so no one could cheat me. You know what I mean? But when you have a military man in place, he ain't thinking about that. He's thinking about control and how I could get as much money in my coffers as possible. So I just, for this particular country, not all African leaders and African countries think on the vein of Museveni. But I would say that, it's not a good look. It's not. I don't have a high expectation about what's to occur in Uganda, unfortunately. But I do have high expectations for other countries in Africa. So it's not doom and gloom for me with this particular scenario.
I like what Mr. Untouchable highlights there. When I went to college, the folks from Trinidad and Tobago were heavily in college at the time. mid 90s, heavily in the mid and late 90s, heavily in college doing geology because they have oil and gas. They have natural oil and gas. And they were training, getting the education to go back and enter that sector. I talked about it before. You see, the problem here that I'm gathering from this article, the Chinese found this gold there. They're the ones who put in the work and found these reserves there. And, you mentioned Museveni is a war guy. Compare him to a guy like Amilcar Cabral, who did a survey like what you're talking about, Mr. Untouchable, of the land, of the soil, of the resources, and kind of had a report of the whole country, the nation, what it was capable of doing. Obviously, this is not what happened here. They waited until another group of people, right, with technology came in and found this stuff, and now they have to kind of try to, get a little bit of crumbs from the plate. Like Oni said, I think it was Oni who said it. They are now eating at the children's table in their own house because this Chinese guy came in and found this. It seems to me. Who did I not get to here? Brother Bakari, did I talk to you about this yet? I don't think so.
No.
What say you, Brother Bakari?
Okay, there we go. The first thing came to my mind, in all honesty, was Idi Amin got it right because it wouldn't be no Asians over there digging nothing. But Idi Amin was in charge. Idi Amin had it right.
Yeah, he got all them up out of there. Yeah.
The second thing I thought about was this time last year they found $24 trillion worth of gold in the Congo Mountains.
Mm.
Then the third thing I thought about is if black folks really gave a damn about one another, if African blood people gave a damn about one another, would none of us be struggling?
Mm-hmm.
There shouldn't be no Chinese. They should be reaching out to other black people who has had the opportunities to learn. They should have been reaching out to the black people in the U.S., black people in the U.K., black people in the islands, building something for black people and black people working together. Shouldn't be no damn Chinese over there in no damn mountains refining and doing nothing. Unless you bring the black people over there and they didn't know how to build a refinery or whatever, then you use what you use. They build it and you kick their ass out. That's my opinion. That's what I thought about. We should not, let's say, because they say about 12 trillion there, 24 trillion in the Congo. Why in the hell are we struggling? Why in the hell are they paying Chinese to come to African nations to build roads? They should be reaching out to their family across the globe who have the skills, who have grading ability. Because with all this is what should be done with all this. Your roads, everything should be updated. You understand what I'm saying? Because we can't continue to live in the past. We can't continue to try and live in ancient Egypt. We can't continue to live like some of these people want to live in the Bible, the Ephraimites and Digabites, whoever they are. We have to update. You understand? We have to update who we are, update our thinking, and black people should be over there, and that's who should be building the roads and everything, and the gold should be done, the resources, and it should be protected. Since Mr. Untouchable say he's a military man, so let's say $36 trillion in the last year, right? This year and last year, from two different countries. That's the beginning of your black African military right there. Now you have the resources. You can't say you don't have the resources, even though we already knew you had the resources. But now you can't say that. That should be the beginning of the black African military to protect everything that we have and to protect your people around the globe. And I yield the mic.
I appreciate that, Bakari. I agree with what you said. When I was reading this story, a song came to mind. It's a Bob Marley song called "Pimper's Paradise," and that's what Africa really is, man. A pimper's paradise. Because, like Bakari and others were saying, you could have, once you realize what you have in these places, you could then start preparing the people on the ground there in terms of the proper education, like Oni was talking about. You could reach out throughout the diaspora and see, what countries can donate help, quote unquote help, etc., and come up with a plan for how to make this, this discovery, more worthwhile. Instead of 15 cents on the dollar, make it more worthwhile to the people on the ground there and to our folks in the diaspora. Before I go to Kevin Carre, let me just read some comments. Gassim Up says, gold is not money. Gold is a relic. He said, gold largely functions as a store of value. It is a poor medium of exchange. He says, good point to Oni. We are not ready to run their machinations. He says, blessings to D-Web. Jay is here. Jay, make sure to join the panel if you can tonight, because there's a prompt that's directed at you specifically. Jay said RIP to D-Web's dad. The forecast says RIP as well. Gaston Up says my condolences to D-Web and Mr. Untouchable. Dorico Cool Photography says peace, family. Peace to Dorico. Haven't seen you in a couple of weeks. Good to see you today. KW Don 7 says, other than his position on the alphabet death style, Museveni is useful and needs to go. Oh, sorry, is useless and needs to go yesterday. KW Don 7 says Rwanda has its own gold refinery. Okay. He says Museveni and Kagame have cold relations. Gassim Up says every need got an ego to feed. Every need got an ego to feed. You know it. Pimpus Paradise. Kevin Carre, what say you to this? Did I get you yet? No, right?
I didn't come on yet. No.
Yeah.
What I see as people say, I just see an American invasion force that's going to squeeze China out the deal. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
You said something key. We should remember we were talking about a couple of weeks ago. Maurice Bishop, he's telling the media, "Oh, look, we have a hospital over here." You don't build your castle with your enemies looking on and seeing your plan. You got to keep it. You got to keep a hush hush situation. I bet it's more than 31 tons of gold.
That's a good point too. Yeah, these guys are the short change. Hey, if you're out there and you're listening and you have an opinion on these topics, you can click the link that I've dropped in the chat a few times. Click the link and you could join the panel. Does anyone else have any last words they want to add to this prompt before we go to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 3 tonight?
Yes. I have one last word. I agree with Brother Bakari. Shout out to Brother Bakari, by the way. I do believe that some African leaders, maybe not all, but I do believe that they should send out a message across the diaspora for any diasporans who have expertise in the industries that would help and assist their countries. And I do believe that they should incentivize them to come. We'll build your house. We'll pay you this amount of money. If you come here, we'll take care of you in this way. Incentivize Western trained people in the diaspora, Africans in the diaspora, to come and try to advance your society, because they can. And some of them, not all, some of them will answer that call. And you would be able to maybe push forward, and then they could train other Ugandans. It's so simple. I don't know how to understand it. Back in the day, Fidel Castro, he offered many people in the inner cities of the United States an opportunity to come to school for free inside of Cuba. And I understand that America and Cubans have bad relationships, but I'm looking at the scenario of, first and foremost, if they get that training and go back to their communities, they don't necessarily have to leave their health and welfare to white American doctors who might, try to kill them. It's like they could be so helpful in very poor communities. I think that Farrakhan's daughter went to Cuba, and she actually did receive a medical degree. Now, as far as it transitioning into getting an American license from a Cuban license to practice medicine, that's neither here nor there. If I am a doctor, I'm gonna help the people in my community until I get my American license. I'm gonna do it under the table if I can. But I think that African leaders should try to incentivize people living in the Western diaspora who have trained in different fields of industry, and give them a percentage of profit money if that's the case. If needed. But these guys, man, I don't know. I feel like either they visionless, short-sighted, or I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. I don't understand the Coco.
Speaking of Brother Bakari and those points he made, Brother Bakari last week brought up, can we discuss businesses we need in order to build? And we're gonna discuss that after the midpoint of the show tonight. But that's something that came to mind too as Brother Bakari was speaking, as Mr. Untouchable was speaking. You know, we also need to be doing something outside of the continent. Those of us who are outside have the continent aware of it, because maybe the continent might say they're not aware of the expertise that lie outside, right? But you know, we should be at the ready for some of this stuff as well, to be able to go in there in groups and with these businesses and stuff like that, and ready to do work upon landing. In the chat, Congo Baka says one love, peace, black power, and Pan Africanism. I like that. That's how you enter a room. Jay says give him a few minutes. Yeah, your prompt is in like 2 prompts away. So yeah, make sure you get somewhere where you can speak with us. KW Don 7 had said something. He said finds like this a reason for AFRICOM. Okay, so he thinks this is the reason for AFRICOM to get in on and to facilitate when these types of things happen, in terms of getting the expertise out of the diaspora and helping the continent. I appreciate you guys for that, for all your insights there. Let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 3. Shooter Breeze topic number 3 is no deep historical analysis. Are men collectively justified? Are men collectively justified to tell middle-aged single mothers they're unworthy unless they entertain polygamy? So we're back to the polygamy conversation. Real quick, Tanzan is in the chat. She said the leaders lack vision, only look to the usual players for help. Then that's a good last word for that problem. This is the problem that we have. We have leaders with no vision, so all they do is run to the same old when it comes time for some help, and that's not helping us at all. This prompt came with a link. Let's check it out.
Abibi Faudier, it has been a while since I have spoken to you all, because nothing has really, I mean, there's been a lot going on, a lot of good topics to have a discussion about, but nothing I wanted to talk about, nothing I felt you needed to see me for, that I needed to weigh in on. But now something has come to my attention. I'm on a dating app, and a brother who seemed to be African centered like I am was asking me a series of questions, and some really good, intense, the ones you need to get out of the way, particularly at my age. But one of the ones he asked me was my stance on polygamy. And this just keeps coming up. It keeps coming up. I had a conversation, well, I had a text versation and voice message versation with a brother just yesterday, where I was leaving my feedback on it, and it just keeps coming up. So let me go ahead and say it here once and for all. Can polygamy work? Is polygamy the answer to the Black crisis, the Black relationship crisis, the crisis of Black single mothers? I'm divorced. I'm a single mother. There are plenty of single mothers. There are single fathers, but there are lots of single mothers, and there are single Black women. So is polygamy the solution? Can polygamy work in this time? My answer, the short answer is no. Do I have an issue with polygamy? No. If someone wants to practice it and that's what they want to do, then by all means they should. I'm of the understanding that people are as individual as fingertips, and so are relationships. So are their relationship requirements going to be. There's not going to be a one size fits all. So one thing I don't do, and it irks me to my core when other people do, is speak for everyone. I don't do that. I'm not for polygamy, but I'm also not against, I'm not for it for me, but I'm not against it per se, because I understand different strokes for different folks. What I have a problem with is presenting it as the solution to our plight. What I have a problem with is presenting it as something we should be doing as African people, because we can't want to adopt some parts of our culture and not adopt other parts of it. We can't cherry pick, so to speak. Let me start with that one right there. Let me tell you why that's wrong, and we absolutely can cherry pick. We have to, because some of our people's practices are antiquated. Some of them served our people in that time, but cannot be applied today because things change. For example, you can't present, 20 cows to somebody here in the United States for their daughter's hand, because that's not practical. It's a practice, it's an African practice, and it's still expected and practiced in some places in some villages today. But you can't do that in Boston. That doesn't work. Do you understand? So if you can understand that, you should be able to understand that the necessity of polygamy for those times, or even for today's times, and what might be going on in certain African villages or African towns, is not what is happening over here. You can't apply it. It's not practical here. It's not feasible. It's not plausible. It's not pragmatic. You cannot apply it here. So let's not act as though we can apply our ancient customs and traditions across the board. We can't. We have to use the ones that we can and respect the ones that we can't. And that's exactly what I do. So that's that on that one. I don't see how there is a rebuttal to that. I just don't. If you're honest, if you're dishonest and emotional, and you just want to stand in it for the sake of standing in it, then I can see how you could disagree with that. I'm coming at it from an honest and logical standpoint. I'm trying to see where things fit today, and some things just do not. And that's how evolution works. That's how you grow. That's how progress works. You move in other directions as are suitable for the times. So having said that, I kind of want to rest that one there. The other one is the economic standpoint. In Africa, you took on as many wives as you could take care of. The wives contributed, of course. I don't mean that they all stayed at home getting fat, eating bonbons on the couch. That's not what I'm saying. They contributed. But a man was expected and is expected to take care of his wives. He's not looking for them to carry the household because, and let's bring that over here to the United States. Over there, manual labor is needed. Over here, whatever the labor it is that you do, you just need to bring in an income. It's not the same. It's not the same. Women need that over there. Here, we don't need that. And if we did need that, we could do something like be single mothers in a commune and help each other out that way. But we're not really communal. And to try to force us to be, as we've been conditioned, now this is a conditioning of ours. Women over there are not conditioned this way. We are. We're not communal by nature because of hundreds of years of conditioning. Maybe we would have been. I can't dispute that. I don't know. I know they certainly are in certain parts of West Africa, and they still have villages. A son who is the firstborn can be expected to take care of the whole village, and he would take that responsibility seriously and make sure everything is done. Here, we don't have that. We don't have that sense of responsibility to each other. We have a very independent mindset. Even when it's family centered, it's centered around your specific family. We don't live like that. So to try to force that and say this is the answer, that's crazy. And furthermore, if you need the women to contribute financially, and that's your idea to make this work, You need the women to you're saying, oh, it's great because it's financially, it's financially, it'll ease the burden on everybody. If you need the women to do that, then why do they need you? Couldn't they just be roommates and do that? Or couldn't a third and fourth, and like I said, and they just have a single mom household? What do you bring besides penis? What do you bring? What do you bring? And if you're talking from an economical standpoint, polyandry would make much more sense than polygamy. And I'm not advocating for polyandry. I'm speaking logically, honestly, and in terms of pragmatism. Polyandry would make much more sense. Fewer children, fewer mouths to feed. Now you get two brothers who are probably skilled in some sort of labor. They can do the things around the home or whatever have you. The sister can work. That would make more financial sense. I know men are going to be like, absolutely not. That's just a train. I'm not even talking about it seriously. Those who practice it, good on them, whatever, because I'm not advocating for it. I'm not advocating against it. I'm saying if we're talking these terms that you're claiming, you're talking financial, if you're talking building, then that would be the way to do that, I would think, if we're being honest. The other thing, and the most important one for me, is back to that conditioning. Back to that conditioning. We live in a time where we're still reeling and still suffering the damages from gangster rap and NWA and what they did. We're still suffering from that. It's all over the place. It's all up in the music. It's all up in the movies. It's in the love songs. And now it has gotten so bad that the tables are turned and you have the women talking crazy about the brothers now. It's horrible on both sides. I don't take sides. It is what it is. It's terrible. And I can't even say we're coming off of that climate because we're in that climate. That's the climate that we're in. And every time, so women have been really, really emotionally battered. Black women have been really emotionally battered to a pulp. And that's where this feminism in that's where this anger is coming from. I don't subscribe to this anger. I don't subscribe to feminism at all. I do not feel it has anything to do with me. However, I know where it came from. They're misguided, though. Their rage is righteous, but it's misdirected, and it's not channeled, and it's just not channeled right, and they're not using the right conduit. They're being used, and they don't understand, because feminism has nothing to do with Black women. And there's, it's historically, it's in the history. Anyway, that's me going off on a tangent. I just want to be clear that I'm not a feminist, because people will try to go ahead and throw me in that box the minute you don't agree with them brothers, especially those, they'll just immediately do that. Anyway, and certain sisters as well. Every time so dealing with that conditioning, and again, we're not coming off of it, we still live in it. All of us, men have, grown men in their 50s still casually refer to Black women as bitches. Even Black women refer to themselves as bitches. Yeah, it's crazy when you really think of it. Like, it's madness, but it's normalized. But this is where we are. We're in a climate where casual use of one of the nastiest words in the English language is something that we do. And proudly too. I don't play them games, but most people do. Anyway, dealing with that in our psyche, whether it's in the back of our minds or in the forefront, there are a lot of women who claim that they're okay in this, that, and the third, but they're not. There's no way to be from that kind of psychological damage where, because it impacts you every time you hear it. And then you start absorbing it, and then you start to sing it too. And because you normalized it, now you claim it and whatever, but There's no way to really do that. There's no way. Anyway, every time you tell a Black woman that you require polygamy, you're essentially telling her that she's not enough. She's not good enough for you, whether she can't satisfy you sexually or whatever. Even the ones who claim, and I don't speak for everybody, there are some anomalies. Some people are genuinely wired differently, but most people are not, or else they wouldn't be wired differently. They would just be wired like everybody else. A lot of women, some women, I don't even know what term to use. I just want to make it clear I'm not speaking on all women. There are people who are wired differently. But for the most part, women are suffering from that. Even the ones who claim that they're not, they're suffering from the psychological damage that comes from hearing these words all the time. Ho, bitch, this, that, you know. Even when they call themselves that, you're suffering from some psychological damage from that. So every time you tell a woman, a Black woman, that you require polygamy, you're essentially telling her that she's not enough for you. And some women will accept that because they don't feel like they're enough. They won't say that, but that's what's going on. And that's why they'll accept that. They will not tell you that. But every time you say that, and I know a lot of them are going to disagree with me, but because that kind of truth is really hard to tell. That kind of, owning up to that kind of hurt or that kind of damage, it's really hard. It's hard for people to be that honest with themselves, never mind to be honest with other people about it. So, anyway, polygamy is not the answer. It is not going to solve our problems. It's not the answer to single motherhood. It's not the answer. That's not the answer to that. We can talk about that another time. What I do feel like the answer is, and again, a disclaimer again, I don't speak for everyone. I do not speak for everyone. Understand that. I know that. I never do that. And I hate when other people do it. But that is my assessment on that. Polygamy will not work for us. It is not our answer. It has nothing to do with the solution. It would further demoralize us and put us back even more because most people are not emotionally mature enough for that. Black women haven't been loved enough collectively. I know there are some who are absolutely loved and they know what it is to feel secure and protected by Black men, but there are far too many who do not. And now you're adding another element to it where you don't even understand her emotionally yet, but you want to understand too. And for the ones who say that the brother who I was talking about, I referenced earlier, he had said to me that what did he say? He said a lot of brothers claim that in the marriage, when they get married, things are great sexually and they're sexually yoked, but once the marriage happens, a little down the line, the women stop sleeping with them. They stop being as sexually gratifying to the man. And the brother who was having this conversation with me, his answer to this was get another wife. And I'm like, you see, you're not emotional. He's not, no disrespect to this good brother, love him to pieces, but he's not emotionally equipped enough to even begin to entertain that. He's not emotionally mature enough to be able to say, how did we get here? Typically, when a woman is withholding, something is wrong, something has happened, something has changed. Sometimes it's just outright like it was a gold digging situation. She got what she wanted, and then that does happen. I would not deny that does happen. But typically, by and large, something has happened where she's not turned on enough, and now it's up to the couple to solve it. She has culpability in it, but he does too, and they never see that. They never say that. It's just she stopped giving me sex, which any logical being is gonna say, just for no, what happened? What happened? Anybody, whether it was her fault or your fault, what happened? Not she just stopped. I was gonna end this anyway, so that's my cue. All right, peace.
All right. She heard the wrap it up sound, and she got off there. I didn't mind playing the length of that because I like folks who are viewing, those of us in the panel, those in the chat, to get the full idea of what's going on. So I don't mind doing that, and I think we're going to have a good discussion on this particular prompt. I'm going to welcome in Tan and Jay in a second. First, though, let me start with Gas Them Up. Gas Them Up, how are you this week?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? How you guys doing today?
I'm
What's
great.
going on, brother Coco?
I'm great. Good show last night, by the way.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. So,
Yeah.
are men collectively justified to tell middle-aged single mothers they're unworthy unless they entertain polygamy? Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I don't know about telling women, and if you hear any noise, of course, on the East Coast, these people are
Yeah.
starting their firecrackers ahead of time. These people. Yeah, but yeah, I don't think anyone, the whole unworthy part, that's that whole Kevin Samuels, whatever. So I think that's wrong. But this lady, to me, just is confused. I don't blame her, but you could tell she really hasn't thought these things through. She's just parroting things that she's heard over the years. She's not saying anything that's really, I think, serious. She said she's African. But then if you're African, why are you against polygamy? How does that make sense, right? Whether or not it's ancient or we got it from the Arabs, it's on the continent now. People are engaging with it. They're building families. They're building villages with it. So that doesn't make sense. I think she has a warped idea of polygamy. She has an Arabic concept of the man has to take care of the women. That was never something that the Africans proposed. Women never just, because the Arab women didn't get to go out. The African women were always in the markets. They're still in the markets to this day. She said, they repeat this drivel. Oh, we've been oppressed, and it's like, get out of here with this nonsense. All the R&B songs, all the millions upon millions of love songs that black men have written, just slavishly kissing up the women. My girl, just my imagination. Every Boys to Men album. It's end of the road, all that nonsense. They're gonna. Well, what about the rappers? It's like, yeah, if you go to the clubs right now, it's Saturday. You go to any club right now, anywhere where black people are, you're gonna see a black woman, especially in America, bent over, shaking her butt cheeks to some rapper saying, "Shake it, booty, shake it, twerk, booty, shake it," and she's gladly loving it. So then if you tell them this, they say, "Oh, well, the women are oppressed." Well, pick one. Are the women mindless drones that they're just oppressed and they just want to shake it to the booty twerk? Which one is it? So I stopped taking these type of things serious years ago. They're not, to me, they're not serious arguments. I think she's happy to be a single mother because she's in the West. If I took her and dropped her in the middle of Ghana, I hope she would have enough common sense to reassess her situation, and that's just what it is. She can say these things because she can always go down to the government office and she can always get some sort of, whether it's child support, alimony, she can get something from the government. She can get welfare, she can get WIC, she can get affirmative action with better hiring. She can, oh, you're a single mother, come on back to college, get this nursing degree. We'll help you out with these programs. They have all these programs to help empower women, right? So she's good. She can do that in the West. But the women outside of the West don't have that luxury. Mm-hmm. And, so they want their men. They're not sitting there divesting. So she's happy to just be in this single mother commune away from men. And then you say you're African. African women never separated themselves from their men. I always give the example of the shout out to the Somali women of Mogadishu when the movie Black Hawk Down. When those white boys got into their land, they didn't run into the arms of the white boys and say, "Oh, you strong Marine." They grabbed their guns and started shooting at them white boys too. You know, like, look, man, you attacked my husband, you attacked my son, my uncles. An attack on my man is an attack on me. And I think black women in America, we know what black men do wrong, so please don't talk about it. We don't have to say it. Please, men on the panel, you don't have to, flagellate yourself. Yes, we hear all the bad things black men do that's bad. We're not protecting. Please. But we gotta call out these women and black women in America and around the world, largely now they're copying this stuff, are not, understanding that an attack on black men is an attack on you, and they don't recognize that. So I'll stop there. That's all I have to say.
I appreciate that, Gas. I'm sure we'll hear from you again later on. Let me just shout out Erica Howard in the chat, who said greetings to everyone. I think I've seen Erica. Was it Brother Bakari? I think it's Brother Bakari or someone's chat. I've seen Erica in before, so I appreciate you stopping by and giving us your time here today. Let's welcome in Jay, who is a co-host on the Black Pentagrammers with Gas Them Up. Jay, how are you this week? Unmute your mic, brother.
Yes, I saw I was muted.
Yes.
How am I this week? Yeah, I'm not this week. I'm this strong.
I like it. I like it.
Now I feel better than normally. I'm Mr. Grumpy himself, and this week was good.
Okay.
Thank you for having me.
No
hello everybody. Hello chat. Hello panel. Love you all. What do I think about the topic?
Yes, sir.
It took so long. It was like ages hearing, listening to the cradle of these gangster rappers and these females that call themselves the B word, because someone grew them, and we just listened to minutes and minutes and minutes of the ones that grow these boys that want to throw themselves away, these boys that want to shoot everything that looks like themselves or their father. It's these confused women that grew them, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't believe it's an opinion, and that's why it's mine, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was like a torture listening to this confused woman. She was all over the place, and I guess guessed them up word it best. She hasn't thought of anything that came out of her mouth, and she doesn't stop to think that what comes out of her mouth flows into the eardrums of anybody around her, especially the little sponges, because when you're a child, you're a sponge, and you absorb all of this confusion, and this lovely lady, behind this lovely lady with a lovely female sound, and she looks female, hides a confused demon. Yeah, let me use the word, because the effect that she will have on little girls and little boys around her is poisonous to the community. That's what I think. So she needs polygamy more than anyone else, because she needs sister wives to talk some sense into her, and to care about her, to be a listening ear, because that's what sister wives do with each other. They do each other's hair, they care for each other's children, they're in the same family, so it's their children, and they are a listening ear to each other. So If anyone needs a polygamous, needs to be part of a polygamous family, it's her.
Thank you for that, Jay. Let's go to the other co-host of the Black Pentagrammers. That's Tanzan. Let's welcome Tanzan this week. Tan, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you, Brother Kuku?
I'm great. Tan, what's the name of your segment? What's the name of your show that you host on Swahili Nation?
It's African Traditions, and it's on Tuesdays.
African Traditions. I was there this week. Gas 'em Up was in there cracking them up as well. So it was good to hear your show this week as well. Tanzan, as the only Black woman on the panel right now, you saw that video from the sister here. What's his name again? Sister Bello? Mello. What say you to all of this?
Oh man! Firstly, now I feel like I should just defend her just on the basis of because now I can't come on and add to all the hostility and she's gotten. I feel bad for her now. The only thing that I would say that she was talking about, well, firstly, the women in the West, they're not raised to need other women, because over here people just do things. You can't just have a lot of people. That whole communalism stuff doesn't work for women in the West because women in the West. But then she goes on to say, well, if you had polygamy, you have all these women, paying the bills and doing all this stuff, then why do you need a man? So it turns out that I guess Western women can only work together and be communal when there's no man around, when they turn into, this lesbian roommate situation where they are paying the bills, they're taking care of the children, there's just no man around. But once a man comes in, then suddenly now they can't work together at all. So anyway, I thought that was a bit funny.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if it's the solution to all the problems. There's no panacea to everything. Everything has different solutions. I would just say that the way people understand it is not going to work the way people understand it, because most people understand it like both men and women. But the men think like, oh, I'm just going to sit back and have this harem of ladies just working for me, and I'm just sitting back and doing nothing all day and so on. And the women, they as well see themselves as they're just being run on, and just horrible situations on both sides. And when people try to practice it, you get into situations like that whole nature boy situation, and it gets into very sketchy territory. So with the mindset that people have, most people who do practice it, they do it for their own selfish and misunderstood reasons. So that's the only reason why I would say that. And yield.
I appreciate that, Tanzan. Thank you for joining us tonight, too, by the way. In the chat, Azuli was like, why is this going on for so long? And then Azuli decided to hop on the panel. Azuli, how are you this week?
I'm good. I'm hanging in there. I'm good.
Good. You see the prompt. You saw the video, long-winded video.
Well, I'm gonna get attacked on this, and first I'm gonna say this. This woman is hurt. She's emotionally unstable. She's been programmed. So there's a bit of misandry in what she's saying. So especially misandry noir, if I'm gonna say. But I do agree with her. Polygamy cannot solve our issue. Morality should be solving our issue. Because if we have the mentality we have right now and taking it into polygamy, it's not going to work. Polygamy is not there for sexual gratification. Polygamy is not. In her mind, she's thinking that men only want to get be in a polygamous relationship to have multiple sex partners or whatnot. If a man goes into polygamy because of that, you're sadly mistaken, because you're going to have an insatiable appetite. Because to be 100, after you have sex with a woman for 6 months or 1 year, the shit is the same. So it's not like the novelty wears off. So if you go in this relationship as a man because you want to have sex with 10 different women, you wrong at the beginning. Yeah. And her mind, because she's a single mother, you could see her mind is cracked. She's been hurt, and that could be because of her own energy, or that could be because of the men she went around. So I don't think polygamy could solve our issue at all if the morality of the people is trash. If the men just want to f and then just want to have sex with multiple women and use polygamy as a way to have sex with polygamy, it's not gonna work. So I believe, and this is when she was talking about the rap, all of this. This is gonna, again, when I bring this, the men always fight me. The men, I'm talking about the black men, have to start practicing sexual, dick policing. You cannot just fuck any woman because you want to. You cannot just use their body and throw them away because, I could do that, I'm a player.
Right.
So what do you think the women are going to do after 50, 30 years of you just using their body and throwing them out?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You want multiple women? You want to have sex with you want to have multiple women? I'm okay with that. But do not use them for your sexual gratification and talk about, I'm married to Lisa, but I'm having sex with Rebecca, this and that and the third. Men have to control, have state discipline. And once you have that, the women will follow. And if they don't, then that's the one that you throw out with the bathwater. If men become moral and upright citizens and the women don't follow, then you throw those women out. But you cannot be sexually a deviant and then mad at the women for following what you're saying. We're talking about the rap game or this and that. She brought up the rap game. Oh, men are this. Yeah. Men have been sexually, and Mr. Gasimov said something that was right too. Prior to the 80s, men were singing a song about you're beautiful this, you're beautiful that. Yeah. But at the same time, those same men that were singing those songs was having sex with multiple women and just throwing them out with the bathwater. So in my opinion, until polygamy won't solve our issue because we're morally
corrupt.
Until if we become morally especially I say the men, because the men are the leaders. I don't care what people tell me. If you ever date a woman and then you ever date a woman and the woman, you wanted the woman wanted to like every movie that you like. As soon as you're done with dating her, she go date another guy. She likes going camping. Why is that? Because women follow. And if she's under good leadership, she will give you everything. So that's all I have to say for now.
Azuli, thanks for that. By the way, did you ever square up with that lady you was bargaining with for the
$20?
Yeah.
Well, shut up, man.
In the chat, the revolutionary matron from the Learning Curve podcast, also on KWAZ Radio, says number one, she doesn't want to share. Number two, she's westernized. And number three, she is lonely. She goes on to say, men do not have a right to tell women anything, but the men also have a right to not choose her. Pro-Black Perspective mentions a lot of hostility for this good sister. So this sister, I don't think I follow her directly on Twitter, but I do see a lot of her posts through the Pro-Black Perspective and stuff. She seems to be solid for the most part. On Twitter, but I do see a lot of posts through who's playing back the sound. This particular post was an interesting post for me to see. Erica Howard said, "Demon." The Learning Curve says urbanization took away our communal nature. Forecast was laughing at something earlier, and the Pro-Black Perspective reiterates that she's a good sister. Take care. We ain't messing up Oni's chances here, by the way. Speaking of Oni, let's go. Actually, you know what? Let's not go to Oni next. Let's go to the forecast next. Forecast. What say you to all of this?
All right. Well, I'll say this, you know what I'm saying? Like, because I agree with a lot of stuff people said, as a brother who don't have no kids, you know what I'm saying? I personally would like to have it like with somebody who we having our first experience together, you know what I'm saying? Right. Now, I would not tell somebody they're unworthy, you know what I'm saying? And when it comes to the polygamy thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, now I'm gonna be real. I think a lot of people are kind of full of it because, like, what you're really talking about is community. You don't have to marry nobody to help people raise whatever. You don't have to marry nobody to put your money together. Everybody can on this panel, we can put our money together right now and do something economically right now. So, like, yo, there's a lot of stuff that we can do. You know what I'm saying? And I will say, like, yo, you have to, like, yo, like, you can't be expected to be a leader or something and not be able to feed somebody at the end of the day. Like, yo, you really can't expect somebody to follow you or whatever. Like, because I do agree with the brother what he's saying, like, because, yo, it makes me so mad that you know what I'm saying, like, oh, black women still go to a Asian shop or something like that. But like, yo, I still see a lot of brothers going to see, you know, going to get chicken wings and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But yo, like I said, like, you have to be in a position to where you can dictate stuff like that, and also you have the ability to choose whoever you want. You don't have to choose somebody who is bad or bad for you. You know what I'm saying? You do have to recognize the power that you have as a man yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, like you can't, like, you know, I don't know, but like, you can't expect like somebody to bow down to you when you are bowing down on another level or something like that, or not creating environments or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But I'll pass the mic though.
Yeah, I agree with that forecast. It's hard to bow. It's hard to, you know, like Jay always says in a different way, but he always says, you know, women tend to service the man in power. It's hard to have your women really bow, so to speak, or submit is the word I should use. Submit to you when you're in fact submitting to someone else. You know, let's go to Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, what say you to all of this?
Yeah, I thought I heard some unnecessary hostility toward the sister too, and I noticed I heard what people were saying about what she was talking about polygamy, but they completely ignored the fact that she said someone brought this conversation to her, and she was talking about a conversation she had with a man. So maybe the man said something, and those were her responses to that guy. And I don't blame her. But she said, if a man want to be in a polygamous relationship, I wouldn't want my daughter to be with nobody like Malachi York's son either. You set your ass at home at work and you got 4 wives that go out and work every day and bring you their check. How can somebody have a problem? How can somebody be angry with their sister unless they're just angry with black women? That's my, you know, because what she was saying truly then she went on. She said she don't think polygamy is the answer. And she said not for her, maybe for someone else. She went on to speak on how they're doing it in some places in Africa, right? So then I hear people say she's westernized. The person, whoever says she's westernized and they live in the West, shit, they westernized too. You're speaking a westernized language. You're doing the same thing that you just, black men, a lot of black men look for a reason to complain about black women. I didn't see nothing wrong with what the sister said about a conversation she had with another man. But we want to talk about the woman and say, well, we ain't got to say nothing about men. That's bullshit. That is absolute bullshit. You want your woman to submit to you while these men sit around and complain about how the white man got their foot up their ass. Racism, white supremacy won't let me do nothing. Won't let me do this, won't let me do that. But then the woman got to come home and then the woman's supposed to respect you while you kissing somebody else's booty because you scared of somebody else? Nah, it don't work like that. And I told my daughters, don't bring their man home like that. If you ever hear Ann come home talking about what somebody doing to them and a white man won't let them do nothing, and you choose to be with him, you on your own because he's sorry. And I mean that. If he can't stand up for you and he can't do man shit, and I don't understand, maybe people come from different generations, right? I'm 50, but I had old parents. So it was shit that I was taught that a man was supposed to do. A man's supposed to be proud to protect and provide for his woman. But now you got people like this nature boy guy who's just sitting at home and women going to work for him, or just have a sexual relationship with all these women like Brother Polite. We want to act like there was no validity to the stuff that she was saying. We want to ignore it because it's a black woman. No, what she was saying, maybe some of this stuff may not, but a lot of stuff she said was absolutely valid about the situation that we're in. But hey, defenseless people fight defenseless people. Defenseless people find soft targets. And the black woman is a soft target for a lot of black men. So therefore, you're going to hear a lot of hostility from men toward a black woman, especially a single mother. So I guess she made them kids by herself too. You understand what I'm saying? Because I guess she did that all on her own, made those kids by herself as well. I'm just saying, I yield the mic.
I appreciate that, Brother Bakari. I like that bit of clarity, and I just want to say too that the sister Mello, if you're tuned in, because I know you were tagged that we were having this discussion. If you're tuned in, and we still have a slot open on the panel, you could just click the link in the chat, hop on, and you could speak here for yourself, or if not, hit me up, and we could bring this topic back next week for a follow-up conversation. I do believe, like Brother Bakari and others had said before, I do believe we can have a conversation. And that's really what Shoot the Breeze is about, having those conversations. You know what I mean? So by all means, come through. If you're hearing this in the playback, or if you're here live with us, you can hop on and let's have a conversation. That was Brother Bakari. Let's hear from Kevin Kare 42.
Well, I just believe that that's a commitment between two adults. If the man wants it, woman wants it, so be it. I'm for, if you can afford it, go for it. That's it. If the woman want to stay single and do what you want to do, that's her choice. That's not my decision. That's on her.
Let's hear from Mr. Untouchable.
Well, first, let me state that I know I've been one to not self-flagellate myself, you know what I mean? Because me and Brother Bakari is probably the only 5-star simps for black women on this panel tonight, and it looks like Rizuli has joined our team. But let me just say this: I think that this middle-aged woman should have any relationship she wants to have. You know, whatever is sufficient and satisfying for her. You know, anything is better than smashing the JJs together and calling it a normal relationship. So, I mean, if people choose to have polygamous relationships, it's their genitals to do it. Or not, a genital conversation. It's their right to do that. If they decide to have one-on-one man and woman relationships, it's their right to do that. Who am I to determine, you know, what makes a person happy in a private situation behind closed doors? I can't do that. You know, and I wouldn't want to thrust that upon me, and no male on this planet will want me to tell them how they should go about engaging in their own personal relationships, even if they choose to have a relationship with multiple partners. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, that's a private matter. Just like how we don't like the government to invade into our private personal lives and impose their views and morality on us, I don't think it's our right to do the same things with the opposite sex, or even with each other. You know what I mean? So these days, who know what works? What works for you might not necessarily work for me. You know what I mean? What work for me might be a multiple situation with a couple of black women, but I know I don't need them kind of problems in my life, so I just choose to have one. You know what I mean? So I can't really determine what works for an individual. I think it's a private matter, and in what a person chooses to do. That's where I am with it.
I like that. Just getting right to the point, Mr. Untouchable. Oni in the chat said something interesting that I think kind of recenters or centers the conversation, is that she was told to engage in polygamy or else on a dating app with someone who matched with her, right? Someone who she matched with him, he matched with her. And I find that strange, to be quite frank, that a dude on a dating app will tell a woman, I gotta ask if Gas Them Up is on this dating app. A dude will tell this woman she gotta engage polygamy. Oni, you're familiar with the sister in here. You put up the prompt. What say you to all that you've heard in the conversation? What say you to this?
Shit. I say, I'm like, it's gonna be a civil conversation. Brother was like, you should tag her. Shit. Yeah, I mean, nah, this is a good sister though. She's I should say stuff about her because now y'all got me.
Let the cupcake begin.
I'm saying y'all got me on the defense now. You know what I'm saying? I know this was a sport. Nah, but she's a good sister. She's pretty deep in straight black pride, as well as even like doing like agricultural investments in Kenya. You know what I mean? So she's a pretty good sister. So that said, I thought she gave a good analysis from I guess an African American's perspective. And I think that's really what you could pick up on in this conversation is that a lot of the people who, technically, aren't necessarily like who are probably grew up in an environment outside of America, have a different stance than the people who grew up in America. And she's kind of telling you, look, I grew up in America, and realistically speaking, because we're heavily urbanized, as the learning curve pointed out, right? Because we're heavily urbanized, and because of what she would say is the broken psyche in America, people are not really emotionally ready to be in that kind of a relationship and that kind of a marriage. And like I'm pointing out, she's saying that she's on a dating app. And see, my thing is this: she's a single mother, because that's another thing I realize is that a lot of times the conversation is, how do you solve the problem of single mothers? Single mothers ain't trying to have no more kids. Like if polygamy is good for fecundity or whatever, or for whatever the word is, for reproducing, having more children, right? That's the last person you're supposed to go to to want to have more children. Right? Because if you're a single mother, realistically, you probably want to get with either a single father or a man who's okay with you having a bunch of kids, which is probably not, too likely. But at the same time, it's like, that's really like the options. The idea that, as she's pointing out, and as was, I think as Brother Bakari was pointing out, the reality is that guys going, hitting up single mothers saying, hey, look, first off, you're going to have more kids. 1, 2, you're going to get your black ass outside and work for me. Right. That like she's saying, and that's what I appreciate about it, is that she's saying from her perspective, what is the appeal there? The thing with the thing I like to, the thing I've noticed. So I decided to, work this little job, just over broke, with these white coworkers, and they all in like it's a remote job, so they all in the Midwest and shit, right? And so they telling me they was in a town of 1,200 people. Okay, they're in a town of 1,200 people. Town of 1,200 people. That means that this 1,200 people have their own bank, have their own school. One school, graduating class, 50 people. You understand? Now, when you hear that, a town of 1,200 people, you talking my school, I went to a high school. It's actually close to where, where I last saw Coco, right? But I went to this high school. The graduating class was 2,000 people. You understand? Why I say that is to say that, we as African people, we are, especially African people in the West, we are for the most part, very heavily urbanized, and that affects our psyche and how we manage things. So when we're talking about Africa, a lot of the people who saying, polygamy and all that kind of stuff, they're talking about growing up in communities of like 1,200 people, maybe even 400 people, little islands where, sure, like there's not that much opportunity for, blah, blah, there's a little market, there's a blah, blah, blah. We talking about when we in the West, we talking about communities of like you talking about being in a building sometimes with 400 other people. A building with 400 other people. You know? There's a difference inside of how you're going to date and how you're going to relate and what you need to survive and what you can hold in a household. You know? Because I knew a sister, for instance, who was doing polygamy. She was not doing polygamy. Her father, had a couple of wives or whatever, and he kept getting more wives. But he also had a herd of animals, like a huge herd of cows, For that kind of social environment where this man owns a bunch of cows makes a lot of sense if cows are where the wealth is, right? And not to say cows are not where wealth is. I'm just saying if cows are where the wealth is, right? If a dude has a whole bunch of cows, he can afford a whole bunch of wives, right? But now you're talking about in the West where inside that environment where the man has all these cows and women have pretty much nothing, there's a huge wealth gap, wealth disparity, so on and so forth. Now you come to the West where women, not like for the most part, women could earn as much as the black woman could earn as much, like pretty comparable to the black man. Sometimes more, sometimes much more. Sometimes less, sometimes much less, but for the most part, always comparable. It's not 100 to 1. It's probably like 7 to 10 or something, right? Or it could be 10 to 10 or 11 to 10. Don't matter. Point is, I think what she kind of grounds the conversation in is this reality that one, we're in this heavily populated area where we could just go on a dating app and find the next lay, right? And not just go on a dating app, you could just go to the next zip code and find the next lay, right? Two, right? She's saying, like, realistically speaking, more children equals less money. And, I was going to say no homo, I wouldn't do this because it sounds gay as fuck, but more men equals more money too, And three, she said, look, realistically speaking, people are not emotionally ready in this sort of a social environment. When you have, like, even the girl I was talking about, the white coworker who was in this town of 1,200 people, she fugly as fuck, white woman, right? She fugly, right? She's a bitch. I don't really call women bitches, but this is a white person, right? But she's a bitch, right?
I agree.
She's married for like 40 plus years, a freaking great grandmother of kids because she's in a freaking little town, 1,200 people. You could have stable marriages when there ain't that many choices. When you graduate with only 50 people, you could meet your high school sweetheart, go on, blah, 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 right? You're talking about a totally different environment. And again, we comparing this to how it was in Africa. In Africa, probably just like that. You have a town, 1,200 people. Maybe sometimes you have a count of 100,000 people. Sure, maybe. I don't know. But the reality is, the big difference. And it's like, I could see what she said in the sense that this is not going to have a mass appeal. One, and two, it's going to communicate to women, just this demand that women do that. It's going to communicate not only that they're not good enough, but it's also realistically, a lot of us are not ready. Like a way how, even if I'm dating, women inside of the West, a lot of times it is just for sex. I ain't gonna hold you, and I mean, I see that like the idea that you're going to have this mature thing that could be comparable to what we had in Africa is not necessarily going to be realistic as projected on the Western landscape.
Let me just say quick, and thanks for that, Oni. Thanks for that, for real. Let me just say, I see Erica Howard was about to leave. I hope she didn't leave. She said it was nice being here. Have a nice night, everybody. I am a woman from the West, and I'm not up for the shit talk about Black American women. Let me just say that, with Shoot the Breeze is about these topics, as about a diversity of thought. There's no one prevailing thinking that's going on here. It's a diversity of thought. It's an opportunity to just discuss ideas, maybe change a mind or two here and there. So I wouldn't be offended by anything because, each individual has their own thinking, and we're trying to come to some understanding, some new understandings perhaps. So don't be offended by what's going on here. In this prompt, this is only one prompt. We have a few more left to go. And with that said, since I touched everyone individually, pause, on that topic. Now let's have the free for all. I'm sure there's something someone heard they want to address. So whoever wants to start it off, let's start it off now. I will only get involved if it's too much noise and I need to sort out the noise. So who wants to add something after hearing everyone?
I want to say something. First of all, Mr. Untouchable said, Mr. Untouchable, I'm not down with just cupcaking. My thing is different. I don't believe.
They put you in the cupcake gang. You with them now?
Nah, I'm not.
Okay.
Somebody's gonna hold up. Somebody said that. Oh, if like Gasimov said something. Hold up. Gasimov said something 3 weeks ago. We were having this discussion. The Mexican women submit to their men while their men are submitting to somebody else. So that brother said, oh, because I got my foot up your ass, my daughter or my woman should not be submitting to you. So how do you explain the Hispanic woman who her man has to go and earn money and sometimes doesn't even earn that much money, and he still come in respect, and he still might have more than one woman? How do you explain that? What I'm saying is, I don't know. I'm not saying I'm not with the sexual, or I'm Oni always says this. Oni is the number one cupcaker. Oh, polygamy.
Why me? I wasn't even the team.
No. Because you just said, like, you speak for every polygamy relationship. Polygamy is for sex. That's what you would do if you're in the. There's a lot. We are only shown polygamous relationship that are crazy. Like you just brought up, what's his name? Urban Boy. What's his name? Jungle Boy. What's the guy's name?
Nature Boy.
Nature Boy. That guy's a loser. And I think he's used on purpose to keep people from going into that lifestyle. He's a horrible example to use. There's other people that probably are in a polygamous relationship that are not saying it like that. That are not up in the open. I'm just saying that that lady said something, polyandry relationships would work better. But most women in the West are in a polyandry relationship because you know why? Your firemen are men. Your police officers are men. You're not fucking them, but they're here to help you anyway. The government that's giving you all the social thing for your kids is a man. So, of course, a lot of Western women here don't feel the need to need men because there's a lot of thing that replaces a man in the house. So that's one. Go ahead.
Let me respond because he was talking about me when I said about my daughter. And you damn right. I would tell my daughter if a man coming home steady telling you, and I done already told her. And I told, because guess what? I also have a stepdaughter that's 28 because I'm a man who wasn't afraid to step up and be a father when the father wasn't there, by the way. Even when the mother passed away, I was still the father. I wasn't scared of that. So you're damn right. I told my daughters that if somebody coming home complaining to you about what another man doing to them and won't let them do something, you don't have to sit there and listen to that nonsense. And people always, how do you know what a Mexican do? How do you know what a Mexican do? You always want to talk about how a Mexican, what the Mexican woman, they'll submit to their husband. Tell me how you know.
I see them all the time, bro. I see them all the time in the East Coast.
Okay, I see them all the time here. So tell me how you know they are submitting. Tell me how you know that Mexican man got 4 wives and they out working.
I didn't say they have 4 wives. I didn't say they have 4 wives.
And his ass sitting at home. So you want to compare.
But where do you come from and say the men in the polygamous relationship is gonna stay home? I've never heard a man in a polygamous relationship say he's gonna stay home.
Okay, good. You haven't heard of that. So, but you just called Nature Boy a piece of shit and then claim the government put him there to get people away from it, which is absolutely asinine. So obviously you have heard of it. So once again, like once again, what I was saying, I don't see nothing wrong with what that woman was saying. Men, like a black woman, shouldn't have a voice. Submit just listen to whatever I say and do whatever the hell I do. Follow my rules, follow my instructions, follow you well. Follow you well while you
following the men that's they following they submitting to the men that's killing us. Okay, they submit to him.
Okay, that's
what are you talking about?
Okay,
they submit to him every day.
I'm gonna tell you something. I don't know nothing you said because while you talking, I'm talking because I didn't cut you off. So You can talk after I finish, because I ain't cut you off. So I really don't know nothing you just said, in all honesty.
My bad. Go ahead, bro. Sorry.
No, I don't know what you said. But the point that I'm making is, like I said, she was talking about a conversation that she had with a man. And the only thing black men heard was her talking and want to talk about her complaining. Then you want to mention the government subsidies that a black woman can get. Okay, if she can get it, so be a man and get off it. Be a man and do your job. I'm just saying how I was raised in the shit I've done. Be a man and get off it. Stop complaining about her being on it. Stop complaining about what she can get and use the shit to your advantage. I ain't never seen so many men that just sit around and damn complain. What, you want the government to treat you like a woman? Maybe y'all should switch. Maybe the men that complain about black women getting something from the government should switch places with the black woman and say, white man, do for me that you do for my woman. Because black men sit around and complain like women all the time. And that's what I'm hearing now. And I stand firm on what I'm saying.
I believe that this conversation should be balanced with the voices of black women who are listening. So if the sisters are listening on the outside, you all don't have to come on forever. You know, just click on the link and just chime in to bring some clarity and balance to the discussion. It would be good if you all would, because we all just listening to testosterone, bickering and running on. And I think it would be helpful.
Wait a minute.
I think it'll be helpful for the discussion if you all to come on and just add some balance. That's all I'm saying.
Wait a minute. There was one woman. There is one woman in the panel. And
Tan is here. Oh, sorry, Tan. I forgot.
And she noticed what I noticed, and that's that this woman. People say yes, she's legit on straight black pride. Well, no. And the woman in the panel noticed that also. No, she's not. If there's a man involved, there's no communal base, and only if single mothers are with each other, there's a communal base. So please stop it. Let's be serious with ourselves. Let's acknowledge the problems that we have and the problems that are created in the cradles in our communities, in the urban environments of the West. Let's be serious with ourselves, men. Let's be men.
And the brother
and point out the problems that we have, and not go like, oh yes, no, but yeah, we have to love our queens and we have to protect our queens. Yes, our queens, yes, and our mentally disturbed, our confused ones. Let's take care of them.
Let me just quickly say again, Sister Mello, if you're listening, either live or in the playback, reach out to me. If you don't want to jump on, reach out to me. We can do a follow-up on this discussion. Because I do want this discussion to carry on. I want to be respectful as much as it can be as well. I don't want to disrespect any black woman at all. So by all means, hit me up, and we could have a further discussion on this. But let's continue with the free-for-all. I'm sure Gas has something to say.
Hold up. He said something that I did not say. The man just said, Mr. Bakari just said, oh, why men want to be on the thing. First of all, I didn't say why don't they give? I'm glad you said that. Why do you think they don't put the black men on welfare the way they do to the women? You think that's by accident? You think because they care about black women like that? So I'm not saying, when I say that polyandry, I'm just saying that a lot of the lady said, oh, men want this, but you're already in a polyandry relationship, because you know why? A lot of the things that she wants, that she gets, and I'm not saying all women are on welfare, and the majority of women on welfare are not even black women. So I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is the reason why a woman like this can say, oh, what's your purpose if I'm bringing the same money as you? Gassim upset. The women are working in Africa. They're not just staying there laying back and not doing nothing. So how come these women don't say, what's your purpose here? If I'm going to the market and making money and you going home. So how come they don't say that? So I'm not saying this lady is I'm just saying, while she's speaking, I could see that she got into some relationship with some men that didn't do her right, and she's in her feelings. And sometimes feelings is not the best way to have conversation, because she's not saying what she did in her relationship. She's not saying what the women are doing in their. Oh, it's men.
Can I
There's some.
respond to that? Can I
Yeah,
respond
yeah,
to
yeah.
that?
Yeah,
One thing-
one quick second, Bakari. One quick second. Someone else is trying to join the panel. I didn't realize we got a full 10, and for some reason this only limits us to 10, and I have to upgrade to professional to get 12
All
or
right,
some shit.
I'll step out.
I'm gonna jump out
I'll
and let
listen
this
to the
jump in.
background. No. You stay. I'm gonna listen to the background.
Okay, yeah. Azuli say Kevin, step out. Thank you for doing that. Erica, click the link again, and you should be able to join, because it would be nice to have, Tana's here, but it'd be nice to have as many women speaking on this as possible. So I'm sorry. So Erica, you can click the link again and try to come on in. You should be able to come on in. Azuli, I think actually Bakari, I think you were trying to respond. Go ahead.
The only thing I'm going to say, when they talked about what she said, they ignored the woman saying about a conversation she had with a man and completely ignored what the man said. That's it. So she was responding to something that a man said to her.
So, Mr. Bakari, I get what you're saying, but if the man did not put that in her DM or whatever, she still would feel the same way. That's what I'm saying.
But now what you're doing, do you know her? I'm just yes or no. Do you know her?
No, I don't know her.
So you have no idea what she would say. So
No.
now you just going on. You believe she would say that, but I'm just talking about this conversation. I ain't going on what I believe. I'm just saying she was having a conversation with a man, and I have no idea why it is black men don't want to be held responsible for some of the stuff that we do. We talk about single mothers. But they, like I said, they did not become a single mother. They did not have kids by themselves. They did not. It was two people involved in that. Two. And in this situation, she was talking about a man asking her about polygamy. And she said she don't think it's the answer, at least not for her. It might be the answer for someone else. Then she mentioned polyandry. She says she's not in that either, but you want to say she's in a polyandry relationship because of what the white man do for them. So
no.
Wait. I heard everything you just said, my man. So I don't need to try to cut it off now. So if that's going to be the case, if black women in a polyandry relationship, because they're able to have police and firefighters and all the other stuff you said. So I guess black men and a homosexual, not me, but the people who think black women is in a polyandry. So that means black men is in a homosexual relationship with white men, because that's who most of them go to work for. That's the police they call. That's the firefighters. Matter of fact, a whole lot of black men getting food stamps nowadays. Can I continue? So the same bullshit you want to try to put on a black woman can just be flipped and put on you. I'm not trying to make like, oh, black, but I am. They call me simp. I say I'm the master simp. Because you know why? Because when you talk about a black woman, I got daughters. And I know y'all ain't making this personal, but what I ain't saying is when I hear people talking about women, I have two daughters. I have a mama. I have sisters, my aunties, and all of them are black. And I just hear how black men hate black women. Most of these black men that have a problem with black women, most of them was raised by single mothers too. Now I yield the mic.
Let's and I'm sure there's others who want to speak, but let's welcome in Erica Howard from the chat. Erica, how are you tonight?
Hey, is everybody okay?
Peace, Erica.
Okay.
Yes, welcome, sis.
Hey, sis. For the guy that was saying that the lady was in her feelings. It seems like you're in your feelings right now. You know, you got the most to say about Black American women. Have someone hurt you? Are you going through what she's going through? I'm just asking. Because you got a lot of disdain for the sister, and she really didn't say that much for all this hate that she's getting. And I got a question for the men that are so, somebody said something about, I think I heard somebody say that we go up, we're with the same men that's trying to hurt them or something of the fact, but like that. But every time I see Black men get hurt or whatever, it always be a Black woman that be screaming, trying to help y'all. It always be us low down dirty Black women what be filming. It be us that done went out there that be fighting for y'all in the so-called riots and protests. We be right there with y'all. So for you all to say that is like a spit and a slap in the face. And you know, you all say that you want to lead. Okay, well, start leading these young men and boys out here that's running amok. Lead them first. But when it comes to leading them, or saying something about them or trying to help them, the Black men that I hear be saying, oh, you know, we don't say nothing to them young boys because they'll shoot you in a minute. I mean, so what
That's
do
a good
y'all
point.
want us say? What now?
I said that's a good point. Continue, sister.
So I mean, what do y'all want from us? What do y'all really want us to do? Because some of that stuff that y'all saying that we're doing and the things that we're taking y'all through, y'all telling a flat out mother. I'm sorry, I don't know if I can talk like that. Y'all telling a,
You can
you're
speak freely.
telling a
Go ahead.
lie. You're telling a lie. You're telling a flat out lie. Most women, Black women that I know, that I be around, be down for their men, do a lot for they man. I know I do a lot for mine, a lot. Some of that stuff y'all talking must be like in YouTube or social media fantasy land, because out here in these real streets, I don't see it. And I give the mic.
I appreciate you not leaving earlier when you said you were going to leave. Again, this is a discussion, and this is something that we can continue. In fact, you know, the plan I have in my head, I got to talk to people about it. But a topic like this that can go on for 2-3 hours alone, it would be great if we could continue that, let's say on Brother Bakari's show or the forecast or something, you know, like, or you know, we'll gas them up, deal with the occult more than anything. But it'll be nice to be able to carry this on another program as well, and bring in more people, you know, more audiences and stuff, because it is a fascinating conversation. Does Tanzan have anything to add? Gas them up. Let's do that.
I just want to quickly say, you know, when they're talking about Nature Boy, no one is here to defend anybody who does, you know, these things, but we can't be selective, man. Nobody has the same energy for Hugh Hefner, Larry Flint, you know, or the guy who owns the Bunny Ranch in Las Vegas. You know, it just it is what it is. And then when Oni is saying, "Oh, urban," he loves to say this stuff about urban. But listen, you know, African cities were heavily urbanized before so-called colonization. You had thousands of people in what would be considered metropolises living in African cities, and there was polygamy there. Right now, of course, it's not the urban slums that we're pushed into today. Of course not. But even in the Arabic world today, you have polygamy in urban circumstances. So to just say that, oh, it only works with 10 goats and stuff, it's just dismissal by proxy. Then the other point is that, you know, when you look at you know, because people are saying that you know, the black man is this, is that. We know what he does already. I mean, I get it, you know, but I just find it interesting that every time, you know, you have a criticism to black women, everybody has to come out the woodworks and just, you know, start beating the drums. Well, what about the men? We know what the men do already. There's not one panel. If you type in black man on YouTube, you're going to see enough views on views on views of people telling black men stuff, right? So sometimes, you know, put on the big girl panties, and I'm not talking to anyone in particular, but just let it rock. It's okay to have a criticism about women without people
Put your
losing their
panties
mind.
on.
You
Cause you
know,
just
so
wrote in the chat that had something about how you supposed to the you just wrote something in the chat about you
yeah, I
women
said that.
raised the children. Well, put your panties on.
Well, I said that the
I'm
women.
just telling you, put your panties on. I don't have any children, by the way.
I
If
don't
that,
wear panties. Panties are not my thing. But if
well,
I
you
did,
just
that's
said,
okay.
well,
But
I
the
don't
point
know.
is,
I can't tell.
that's okay. But the point is that, you know, with the topic of polygamy, because I'm not gonna go down the topic of who's raising the boys. That was what you brought up. But the
No,
point is that
that's what you brought up. I didn't say that. I said that you all want to tell us what to do, and you all want to lead. Well, why
and
don't
we should
y'all
lead the
start?
boys.
Well,
Okay, good.
why don't
So
you all start saying something to these
to these
these
boys,
young men and boys that's out here that's running
yes.
amok?
Yeah.
That's
And
what
you
I
know what?
said.
That's a good point. And yes, throw us under the bus. We're no good. Shoot every black man. Divest
Okay.
from us. I agree. You know,
That's what you
I think
saying.
they
That's
should.
what you
I think
just said.
I
That's what
think
you
that
just said. I didn't say that. You just
no,
said
you don't
that.
have to say it, but I think that
I know I
I would
don't have
say
to say it because I don't put my work in. I'm part of Team Black, baby. You can ask
I'm not.
Bakara in the forecast about me.
No, I'm
So
not. I'm
what
not.
you saying? What you saying? You just put some
You
words
haven't
in
let
my
me say
mouth
what I want to
that I
say. I
just
didn't
didn't
put any,
say.
but
Yes,
I
you
didn't put in.
did.
Erica,
You
let
All
just
him
right.
said.
All
finish.
right. All
You
right.
just
All
Erica,
right.
said
let him
that I
finish.
said
Erica,
that
let
you
him
would
finish.
that
Erica,
y'all
All right. All
he
right.
Erica,
All
let him
right.
Bakari.
finish. Let him
He
finish.
just
Erica.
said okay.
Let
All
him
right.
finish. Let him
No,
We
and I
finish.
got
just want to quickly make my point about polygamy to say that look, it at the end of the day, the lady in the video was saying all this other stuff. But you know, if I like I always say all the time, if I put on a wig and wear some panties, as the sister suggested, everybody would applaud me. They would say, "Yes, she's
I
trans.
told
This
you
is
to put
great."
your panties on. I didn't tell you to put you see that's what I'm saying. This how lies get
Erica, let
started.
him
I
finish.
didn't
Erica,
but I
let
didn't
him
say
finish.
that though. I didn't
It's all right.
say that.
It's all right.
Let him finish. Erica, let him
You'll have
finish.
a chance. We got about 3-4 minutes to finish up this conversation before we move to the next topic.
Yeah, let me say something after he finished.
Yeah. So gas them up, finish your point, and then
Yeah,
forecast.
no, that's it. That's pretty much it. You know, if I decided to wear a dress and act as a woman, everybody would applaud me in this society. They would say I'm okay. It's great, and there's whatever. You know, anyone can do that. But if a man talks about polygamy, an ancient custom that created the genetic diversity that we see today, we go after people. So it's just interesting. That's all I have to say.
Forecast. Go ahead.
All right, well, I'll say this. As far as polygamy, people could do what they want to do. Like for me, it's not for me. You know what I'm saying? But as far as this conversation, like it's hard to be like, because the brother mentioned earlier, like he was like, women already in a polygamy thing with firefighters and the police. But that's the thing, like that's why we can't exclude men from the conversation and just put it on them because like, oh, we going to expect women to go out there and be firefighters. Now, I don't I think that older men should be teaching these young boys how to pick between the good women, the bad women, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. But, we got to be honest about like the society because there is a lot of bad women, but we can't act like, it's not the same thing. Like people are reacting to what they see. Now, I'm going to be honest. I don't know how many of y'all got kids and how many of y'all married. Are you telling me if somebody come in your house and violate you, rape everybody in the house, and you do nothing to that dude, their wife gonna have more respect for you, or is she gonna listen to you more? Or do you know that you're gonna have to step up and handle business, and that's when your wife is gonna have respect for you, win, lose, or draw? You know what I'm saying? Like we can't sit here and be like, you know, I'm gonna give them or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like whatever people want to do in their personal life, that's on them. But like I said, like, yo, until you have the community thing and the whole as a whole, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're not even looking at it in the right aspects, because like we don't have to have certain dynamics to put our money together. But what we're talking about, like, people can be with whoever they want to be with. That's your personal decision, just like I got my personal thing. But you know what I'm saying, at the end of the day, if you're not building nothing, you know what I'm saying, you can't complain to somebody else for going to something. Like, if I was to tell somebody like I'm against the vaccine thing, just to put it out there, you know what I'm saying, like, now I can't tell somebody else not to do it unless I offer them a solution, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna push my ideology on nobody else, you know what I'm saying? But you know, I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, I want to just add something quick, fast. Like Ramadan, right? All right.
Never quick fast, son.
Well, that's what she said, right? All right. Anyway, well, first off, you know, just want to address the talk about.
Speak, but I'll wait.
Wait, what she said? Wait, what?
I said she's still waiting to speak, but I'll wait.
Go ahead quickly, only. Then.
All right, yeah. So what I want to say is jealous. Oh yeah. So like, first off, you know, black men being jealous of welfare don't make no damn sense. One, two. I want to say this, that a lot of times when men make, because when I first heard the brothers talking about polygamy, they were talking about combining incomes, right? And that's where this whole nature boy thing comes about. Now, a lot of women would really like to be, you know, taken care of. You know, a lot of women would sign up if they were being told that they would be taken care of by a man. And there are some men who are like, yeah, I'll take care of you, and you, right? And that's what some women will sign up for, right? But a lot of people are approaching, especially on these dating apps and so on and so forth, not so much that they're going to take care of women as much as they are looking to be taken care of by women, right? And then the other thing I want to say is that, you know, because, you know, gassing up, like, talk about the market women, you know, we have to be realistic about where the West, particularly America, where the African-American woman is in comparison to the market women. African-American women are like the highest earning women in terms of income, like black women on the planet, you know, more or less. Just like how the African-American man is technically the highest earning, you know, and we're talking about in Western societies, obviously, but the highest income earning, you know, the market women are not pulling in even, and $30,000 is not a lot of money per se, but they're not pulling in $30,000 a year. You know, they're pulling it, you know, and you know, if a black woman is pulling in $30,000 a year in America, she's broke. You know what I'm saying? Like she's broke in America. I mean, no disrespect to anybody pulling that, but I'm just saying, right? A lot of you know, so you know, you're talking about, like, so when we're talking about, oh yeah, well, you know, the market woman is working and, you know, they're all contributing to the family, yeah, because they have to or something, right? Or for whatever reason, right? That, like, that's what they're doing. That's like their survival on client or whatever. But you're talking about, let's say, like you said, like for instance, if you're talking about Mello, she's, I would imagine, a pretty high earner herself, you know? And that being said, you know, you talking about guys walking up to her and saying, hey, look, this is a proposition. Even though you making more money than me, what about if you and another woman came and worked, and though you guys are both making more money than me, right? We work as a family unit, and I just kind of handle everything. And it's like, and of course, to the Western woman, you know, who is not going to be socialized so differently from the Western man, right? To that proposal doesn't actually add up. You know, as far as, you know, the conversation of Hugh Hefner, you know, I think Hugh Hefner was like a millionaire or something. You know, a lot of people, you know, are kind of looking over the fact that, you know, realistically, if you're talking to women and saying, hey, look, I will provide for you in exchange for sex as I will provide for you in exchange for sex, that's like something that some people can say that's, you know, reciprocity. The thing that a lot of people are proposing, even though Azuli says that he doesn't hear this, a thing a lot of men are proposing, and this was what was proposed on this channel before, is that we combine our incomes, even though women are, a lot of the women who are being propositioned are like pulling in, like, we talking like six figures, you know? And it's like, no, they don't actually need to live with another woman or share a man if they're pulling in six figures.
I'm gonna give Tanzan the last word because we have other
No, I
problems
want
to get
to. I want to say something after her, son. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, well, we can't spend 2 hours on this
2
one topic.
seconds. 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Tan, go ahead, please.
Okay, well, since I only have a short amount of time, I will spend it shamelessly self-advertising. So we had this, we only had 3 minutes on this one, but we had this similar discussion on Swahili Nation. So if you all don't know, I host a Tuesday program on African traditions. So that was our question, whether polygamy was traditionally African and whether it was relevant today. And on that one, there was a lot of women, and they were very, very angry. I was accused of several different things, including promoting the white agenda to promote polygamy. And unfortunately, I'm not being paid for it. But in any case, the first one was so heated and so yeah, we didn't really finish it, and I think it took like 9 hours. So if you guys have a chance, yeah, go ahead. And so I know it's not going to take, we're not going to resolve it now at all. But since it's going to take this time, I would like to invite you all to come, not this week, not this Tuesday, but the next Tuesday. So we can have maybe a longer discussion, and we can have like a Black American perspective on it. So
that's a good idea. Yeah, let's continue the conversation.
Yes.
On another platform if we can.
Hold on, let me. The lady that came in, Erica, said something about me. I don't know if she was there when I said Black men need to be morally upstanding citizen in order for the women to follow. When I was going at the men, I didn't hear her say, "Oh, why am I going at the men?" I never said. I'm not trying to blame women, Black women, for everything that's going on in the situation. I was saying, listening to that lady, she sounds like she's been through a lot of ain't shit relationship, which maybe could be the men's fault or is her choosing. So she said that, oh, all the men, and why don't the men come and go mentor those young boys that are shooting at? Number one, those young boys were raised by single mothers. Number two, when the man comes into the house and trying to set up rules, most of these women, oh, that's my son. You can't talk to my son that way. No, you can't do that way. So how come she's not saying that? So you thinking men, when the men said, I don't want to go.
Who that is? Excuse me, fam.
Let me finish, y'all. Let me finish, yo. When you talk, yo, this is the thing I don't like, yo.
Who are you, though?
Erica, let him finish. Erica,
I'm trying to figure out who he is. I can't even see who it is speaking.
That's Zuli speaking.
What I'm saying is, when the Miss Erica said, hey, oh, how come men don't go mentor all these young boys out here or whatever? A lot of men, all these gang violence, all these things, all these marches, men have been out there to conquer, to fight against the gang violence, all these things that's going on. Who put all these things that's going on, the crack epidemic? Who put all these things out to show the world that it wasn't just Black kids that were doing that? Black men, don't sit there like Black men don't want to do that. But the thing is, if I go into, let's say that lady that was talking, I go into her, I want to date her, and she has a son, or is she gonna let me pass the laws and the rules the way I want to, and it's her son? Most women will tell you, don't talk to my son like that. That's my son. Let me discipline him. Why would a man want to be part of a family where he can't discipline the stepson? So we're talking about, oh, why don't you go tutor all these young boys that are shooting each other in the street? Number one, let's recognize that these young boys are doing that because there was no father at the beginning in the house. But y'all gonna say most of these fathers left on their own. The women didn't do nothing. They were all great. What I'm saying is, Black men and Black women need to get their shit together. We're both culpable in this situation. But like Gassim said, when they go in at Black men, everybody is yes. Nobody calls out misandry, but if you say one thing about a Black woman or women in general to hold them accountable, oh my God, you hate women.
There is.
Please let me say this one, and I promise you, I'm gonna let you go head on. I'm gonna tell you what I'm afraid of, right? And I had this conversation in the barbershop. I take my daughter to the fair, and she was getting out to meet her friends, and this big fat white bald head cop looked at my daughter as if I wasn't there. And get your M&F in that back in that gap for whatever he said he was gonna do, right? As if I wasn't there. So I speak. Of course, me and him had words. I told him I would shoot that motherfucker in the head if he talked to my daughter like that again. You understand? That's me. But anyway, uh, so I'm holding this conversation with some men, I think, some black men in with some black men in the barbershop. You know what all the men said to me? Supposedly men? Well, you expect, I know you don't expect no man to go that hard for her if they seeing her. You damn right I expect a man to go that hard for my daughter. And that's what I hear from black men, these dudes on this panel, and even Jose in the chat. That's what I hear from them. They wouldn't do nothing if that white bald head police said something to my daughter that way. There would be nothing they would say because there's a woman and they getting so much social and they're getting so much welfare and food stamps, so it's okay. In whatever it is they're going through, because according to the guy who say they're in a polyandry relationship with the police, and of course I said he's in a homosexual one, they wouldn't do nothing because she got the police anyway. And that's what I'm afraid of when I sit here and I hear black men on all this negative stuff. Oh, and she's a single mother raising them. She didn't become a single mother. She didn't lay down and have sex by herself. Black men don't want to be held accountable for nothing. We can always point the blame. If it ain't racism, white supremacy, now it's the black woman.
You know what? We're gonna end that conversation on this prompt there because we have others to get to. I want to thank everyone who's here in the chat on the panel. You guys stay put. Keep that same energy for the next few prompts that we have. One is coming up for Jay to deal with. One is coming up that Brother Bakari put forward last week. Shoot the Breeze prompt number 4 is a follow-up on the Rizza Islam case. We can let me put this out to Mr. Untouchable as well. We can do a follow-up prompt next week, and everyone comes back and we'll put some energy to a follow-up. Now, actually, it was Oni who put this prompt up. So, Oni, we could do a follow-up if you don't mind. Come up with some prompt that we could do a follow-up on this week. Hopefully, this sister, Auntie Mello, actually joins us in the near future. Prompt number 4 comes with a link. Let's check it out, and then we'll discuss it on the other side. Sorry, I'm doing nonsense. I forgot to share the screen. My apologies on that. All right, so now there's only a few seconds played. Let's check out the video and we'll discuss on the other side.
Of a South LA family with ties to Scientology and the Nation of Islam will stand trial in a case the prosecutors say ripped off California taxpayers to the tune of $3.8 million. Today, a judge determined there is enough evidence against the mother, Hanan Islam, and 2 of her adult daughters and a son. They are accused of running a scheme to defraud Medi-Cal by recruiting local high school students for drug counseling that the students did not want or need at a Scientology Narconon clinic in Compton. A prosecutor says the family members hired so-called ghostwriters to manufacture records that were used to fraudulently bill the state millions of dollars. All defendants have pleaded not guilty.
What's going on, guys? It's your girl Angie Snatch from Snatch Investigations coming at you with another episode of An Unbiased Truth. Welcome back to the Snatch Gang and welcome to all my new subscribers. Today we're going to talk about the state of California versus Ronnie Rizza Islam. So Rizza Islam, along with his mom Hanan and 2 sisters and employees of the World Literacy Crusade and American Health and Education Centers, were charged with medical billing fraud in the amount of $3.8 million to Medi-Cal, which is California's medical insurance program. Now, both World Literacy Crusade and American Health and Education clinics are located in Compton, California. But this case has a rabbit hole that goes deep. And at the end of this investigation, you will see that it has less to do with the defendant's ties to the Nation of Islam, but more so their affiliation with Scientology and using their facilities to teach the doctrine of L. Ron Hubbard, who is the founder of Scientology. Now, American Health and Education Clinics was founded by Hanan Islam, Rizza's mom, who you see on the left side of your screen. And World Literacy Crusade was founded by Reverend Alfredi Johnson. Now, Reverend Alfredi Johnson, he purports to be a Baptist reverend, though his services are held in a Scientologist facility. He is a very popular figure in Scientology because he is credited with bringing in the minister Louis Farrakhan as well as Tony Muhammad. It is said that when Louis Farrakhan was battling cancer, he was introduced to Dianetics. He felt like it saved his life, and then that's when he issued that doctrine for members of the Nation of Islam to also look into or at least take courses in Dianetics. Now, I want to play this video for you of Hanan Islam, who was the president of World Literacy Crusade at the time, explaining what the organization does.
I'm Dr. Hanan Islam. I'm the Executive Director of World Literacy Crusade International, and I am the CEO and founder of American Health and Education Clinics. I'm a mother, and it's devastating to find out that your child, who you have birthed and raised and, nurtured through sick days and prayed for and laughed with and all of that stuff, is now doing drugs. And as a parent, it's trying to figure out what the heck happened. Well, we have such a huge success rate at getting our parents and our students back into communication, because that's a big thing. What we do is a very holistic, very naturopathic way. We use vitamins, we use exercise, minerals, and that's how we get a person off drugs. It's easy to take a kid, put him in a sauna, sweat out all the drug residues so that he's not constantly re-stimulated and wanting to use drugs. But then we have to deal with what made it okay for you to deliver mind-altering toxic chemicals into your system. What was it that was so difficult for you to confront in the first place that was the out that you chose? So then that's where the real work begins. And that happens in a course room with that individual. What we do is every single student has an individualized technical program that addresses the issues that they originate need to be taken care of, that cause them to go down the path that they went down. And then they work that program on a systematic step-by-step basis. And they have their own realizations and their own cognitions, and they make their own decisions to change based on that.
Before I get into the actual arrest document, I want to point this out. Not only is Reverend Alfredi Johnson a very popular figure in Scientology, credited with bringing in Louis Farrakhan, Tony Muhammad, and the Nation of Islam, as well as being the founder of the World Literacy Crusade, he is also Risa's father. So Hanan is Risa's mother, and Reverend Alfredi is Risa's father. So Risa actually was raised in Scientology. And after that NOI merge with Scientology, or not merge, I would say affiliation, niceties between the NOI and Scientology, then Risa Islam converts to Islam, which we'll get into that in another episode, how I feel about that conversion. I'm going to be doing an interview with a journalist by the name of Tony Ortega, and he is a former Scientologist, and his whole life's purpose has been to expose the practices of this Scientology cult. Now, I wanted to discuss with him the agenda of Scientologists to infiltrate the Black community and when that shift occurred, and how Reverend Alfredi honestly helped to facilitate that. So let's get into the actual arrest document. I'm going to pull it up. Okay. What you see in front of you is the actual warrant issued on October 20th, 2015. Now, what they're being charged stems back from 2010 to 2013 for Hanan, and I believe for Rizza it's 2012 through 2013. We'll be sure after reading these documents. As you can see, Kamala Harris was the Attorney General at the time. It came through her office, the Bureau of Medi-Cal Fraud and Elder Abuse. I do want to say how this all came about was in 2014, CNN did an expose on medical insurance fraud, specifically in California. They showed the different irregularities and that there was no regulations of these rehab facilities, nursing homes. I mean, it was an entire expose. Now, this put a flashlight on rehab facilities as World Literacy Crusade had started to engage in. They were initially only defunded. What happened was Hanan made so much noise. Instead of going quietly, she made so much noise, which put a spotlight on her and made them scrutinize the records of World Literacy Crusade and actually raid their offices. So the people of the state of California hereby allege that in the county of Los Angeles, state of California, and before the making or filing of the complaint, the above mentioned defendant did commit the following crimes. Count 1, presenting false Medi-Cal claims. From on or about March 1st, 2012 through September 30th, 2013, in the county of Los Angeles, state of California, defendants Ronnie Stephen, Rizza Islam, Namat Islam, and George Edward Newby III, with intent to defraud, executed a scheme or artifice to defraud the Medi-Cal program in violation of Section 14107, Subdivision B4 of the Welfare and Institutions Code, a felony. Count 2, insurance fraud. From on or about March 1st, 2012 through September 30th, 2013, in the county of Los Angeles, state of California, defendants Ronnie Stephen, Rizza Islam, Namat Islam, and George Edward Newby III assisted, prepared, and made a written statement that was intended to be presented to an insurer in connection with and in support of a claim and payment pursuant to an insurance policy, knowing that the statement contained false and misleading information concerning a material fact in violation of Section 550B2 of the Penal Code, a felony. And then you see the declaration. So let me explain what they're alleging happened here. So, Hanan supposedly, and these educators, some educators have already pled guilty. She recruited two principals, educators, and coaches in the Compton Unified School District, specifically Dominguez High School. One principal was paid up to $60,000 for access to the students. So what would happen? The principal would order the students to sit in a class. They didn't know why they were going to this class. They just know that the principal said that they had to go. In some cases, the coach said that they had to attend these classes. These classes would be 1 hour and they would be taught by Rizza. He would show films of drug treatment, the Narconon program, as well as other L. Ron Hubbard, Scientology, Dianetics videos. And these students didn't know why they were there. But when they entered the room, they would have to fill out a sign-in sheet. According to the Department of Justice, those sign-in sheets would then go back to the AHEC, the American Health and Education Clinic, and they would create a fictional treatment plan and then bill Medi-Cal for 3 hours, and then also additionally bill them for progress reports that were created. So they would allegedly bill the state $6,000 each time Rizza came to teach or show that 1 hour, 55-minute or so video. They also billed the state for each employee that took the class. So the employees also had to take the class. They would bill the state $15,000 for each employee. So what is alleged is that from 2010 to 2013, they billed the state for a total of $3.8 million. All of the films that were shown to the students dealt with Scientology. Now, what the prosecutors are saying in this case is that they have educators that have already pled guilty, and that they also have those ghostwriters that they had fill out some of those forms that are willing to testify as well. Now, as I said, she was initially only defunded, but once they raided World Literacy Crusade, they were able to gain access to those documents. Now, this isn't the first time that World Literacy Crusade, that's like a tongue twister for me. World Literacy Crusade. Okay. This isn't the first time that World Literacy Crusade had been in hot water with the government. So in 2008, the Los Angeles Times ran a story where World Literacy Crusade, they defrauded 250 residents in Compton. What they did was they were selling housing vouchers. Now, you already know that housing vouchers aren't for sale. Usually, a person can go through a program or they're waiting on a list for this. But here comes this organization, World Literacy Crusade, that tells these people for $1,500, you can get a voucher. 250 people actually took them up on that offer as a great opportunity in their mind to get their children out of this bad environment. How they got caught was that those 250 people then went out to search for homes and apartments. Upon approval, they would then give the voucher to the landlord. When the landlord went back to check, those vouchers were invalid. They didn't exist at all. Now, that's what I wanted to talk to Tony about as well, because in the Black community, Risa is seen as a member of the Nation of Islam, but in the Scientologist community, he is seen as the son of Reverend Alfredi Johnson, and that he is being groomed to take up his father's torch and continue to be that bridge between the Nation of Islam and Scientology. Do they just call it Scientology? Yeah, Scientology, for him to be that bridge between the two. Now, this case took a lot of ups and downs and twists and turns, and they have their pretrial hearing that will be coming up. But I will also have a special guest that was in the previous hearings, because one of the things that Risa and his mom argued at some point, but then they abandoned it, was that they were sovereign citizens. So what they did was they came into court and they refused to acknowledge their name. So a court proceeding couldn't even start at that point, because one of the first things you say is state your name for the record. Are you such and such? You're being charged with this. The court can't formally charge you until you admit that, yes, I am the person that is listed on this document. That's something that they said that they were not. They said that they could fire the judge. They actually wrote a letter to the judge to fire the judge, and the judge put them in jail for 5 days. They came back, abandoned the whole sovereign citizen thing, and now we're gearing up for the pretrial. Now, I have the minutes and the transcripts, but I wanted to at least lay the foundation of what this case was about. So there you have it. Ronnie Rizza Islam, his mom, his 2 siblings, as well as other employees at the World Literacy Crusade and American Health and Education Clinic are being charged with fraud against the Medi-Cal California Medical Insurance Program in the amount of $3.8 million. If you're looking for this case, it's very difficult to find because, as I said before, it is considered a Scientology case. It is considered a case when, yet again, this Narcanon program, whom I guess is going to speak about more when I get them on, this Narcanon program that is sponsored by the Scientologist movement, that many people have been hurt through this program because allegedly part of the program is that they give them high doses of vitamins and they sit in saunas for hours. But not every addiction that is a remedy for. But on top of that, in this case, they targeted high school students that didn't even have a drug problem. So, for all my parents out there, and this is not to judge them per se because innocent until proven guilty, but for all my parents out there, make sure that you stay on top of these coaches, these principals, these teachers, just like we do these healthcare professionals. Because just because a person has a degree and they're sitting in that position of power, that doesn't mean all the time that they have the best intentions for your children. Because here were these school educators putting these children in classes about drugs and Scientology, things they didn't need, all because they wanted kickbacks to fill their pockets. So we'll see how this case goes. You guys let me know what you think. I just wanted to make sure I brought it to you. It's your girl, Angie Snap.
Absolutely. Yeah, I wanted to play that full video so we can get the full understanding. In the past, last week, we only read a brief article about it, and we had a discussion about it. Now we have a fuller picture. Kevin Carey, you could hop back on to the panel if you'd like to. We had a few people drop off. Erica, thanks for coming through. I hope you will come back in the future as well. And thanks to you guys who are still here with us. Make sure you guys out there hit the like button and share the content on your social media. Let's get more folks involved in Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. Let me start with Tanzan. Tanzan, what did you make of all of this?
Oh, shoot. I didn't think you're going to start with me. So it seems that they were trying to get theirs while Scientology was trying to get them as well, and the whole congregation. It's just a whole nest of grifters and so on, but you only have the rope for so long before they start tightening the noose. So unfortunately, yeah, it's tightening for him. So hey, that's all I can say for now.
I appreciate that. Kevin Carey, you're back. What say you to this?
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I always thought this guy, something was off about this guy. When I first started seeing this guy on social media, I'm like, something ain't right. Then I started, he's like, oh, he's a Nation of Islam and this and that. I'm like, this guy just looks very phony. Then I'm following the breadcrumbs, and you affiliate with the grift, the King Grift. I'm not gonna mention the grift's name, but you get where I'm going. I'm like, eventually you're gonna get caught doing. What made you think you're gonna get away with that? And I made a mention in the chat. Why did the fish get caught? Because it opened his mouth. His mother should have kept her mouth shut, and they would never have been in this problem.
Right.
What can I? And then last thing, Scientology. Your affiliation with Scientology. Come on now.
Yeah, I always thought that Real strange. I mean, I've long looked at the NOI sideways, but then the Scientology thing came up, and something about that just didn't hit right. Jay, what say you to this?
It's one hot mess, right?
Yeah.
So Scientology to me is sort of personal building or personal training in a group slash cult. So it's so you train yourself personal, but your colleagues are you. It's I've been close to that to that yeah, let me just call it what it is. I mean, I've been close to that shit. Family members in Portugal. I have this book here. My nephew gave it to me, or the nephew of my mother, excuse me, gave it to me. So I have this book here. I went through it, and there's some positive, some empowering side to it. But the cult, it's always the cult, right? It's always it's not the Quran. It's the mosque. It's not the Bible. It's the church, right? And it's not that book. It's the cult. And so that's the messy part. I mean, what they were doing with the money, that's it's a pity that they got caught. I saw it, like I wrote in the chat. I thought they were they were getting their get on, right. They were snatching their part of the cake.
Yeah.
So it's a mess of grifting, snatching a part of the cake. And on that side, I'm a bit critical to this sister doing this podcast. What is Angie Snitch investigates. So it's one hot mess. The video was one hot mess. So the subject in the video, the person making the video, my ears were going really like, what is this? What are we doing to each other? Like this Angie doing to the movement, but that movement also doing to the students.
Right.
What mess are we in? What is making money? What is it to make money actually? And now I'm referring back to the previous subject about sisters making six figures. Yes, and the dollar is the countdown to the dollar is quite prevalent. I mean, it's losing to the ruble. Anyway, it's my take is one hot mess.
Thank you for that, Jay. The next Shoot the Breeze topic is going to be focused on Jay, so you guys stay tuned for that. Let me hear from my brother, the Forecast. The Forecast, what say you to this?
All right. Well, the first thing I'll say is, I do not understand black people in cults. Like, black people like cults. You know what I'm saying? What can you do? Like, what am I gonna do? Like, Bakari called in a cult and he don't even know it. I'm just joking, Bakari. I'm joking. But so I would say this. You know what I'm saying? While I personally, I'm not gonna speak on the Rizza Islam thing. You know what I'm saying? Because I heard about all this stuff a while ago. You know what I'm saying? I will say this as somebody who is trying to do something to help somebody, you know what I'm saying? Like things like this do hurt it, you know what I'm saying? But, and it may be the reason why, you know what I'm saying? But that have had same people who have been supporters and then be like, you don't do anything. And then when you do something, they tell you that you are scamming and doing all of this stuff too, you know what I'm saying? Even though I put up the most money in all of it, you know what I'm saying? Like, I put up like hundreds myself, and they would tell me that I am scamming, you know what I'm saying? So like, yo, I completely understand it from both sides of it, to be honest with you. Now I can't, that's why I can't speak on what he's doing in particular, and I'm not going to do that, you know what I'm saying? Like, and to stay in my lane, like, you know what I'm saying? Like what I do, because I know that this lane is heavily filled out. I'm not saying that it's right, it's wrong, none of that. I'm just saying it's heavily filled out. You know what I'm saying? In my lane is to tell you, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, about that white boy who was scheming money off of those Buffalo victims, you know what I'm saying? He done raised $3 million and people's giving to his programs, you know what I'm saying? But even on that live, you know what I'm saying, I was doing, yo, we can only really have this kind of energy towards black people. Not saying that we can't or we shouldn't or that it's not important, because if everybody didn't do that, then I would do that. You know what I'm saying? But I do find it, and not saying anybody here, because I know, but this is just me speaking in general from what I see, because I know my channel gets blacklisted for sure. You know what I'm saying? Like, people get unsubscribed, the whole thing. They take down comments, everything. You know what I'm saying? And I understand, you know what I'm saying? But you know, that's neither here nor there. But the last thing I'll say, you know what I'm saying, and don't take this the wrong way, but like, yo, like, exactly what is, like, I know who Scientology is, I understand all of that kind of stuff, you know what I'm saying, but what exactly are they teaching, you know what I'm saying? And I know black people are, you know what I'm saying, I'm not saying for them or against them, it's just a question, you know what I'm saying, like, what are they teaching?
I kind of get what you're saying. Why are we gravitating to this stuff? It has nothing to do with us.
No, I'm just saying, like, what are they teaching? Like, because I know a lot of people, like, they're teaching, like, abortion or what, like, you know what I'm saying, or to, like, I know what
God Zeno, the God Zeno, and he coming back too.
You said what?
Gonna teach you about the God Zeno, and the God Zeno is coming back.
Yeah, some extraterrestrial shit.
Yeah, that's what they teaching for, Kaz. You say what they teach.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's kind of what they on. And like, only interjected, it's about some extraterrestrial type stuff. You know, that's what they're on.
I think just to just throw in there,
go ahead.
what they're teaching is not as important as how they teach and extract the information. The reason why a lot of people who have left have complained is that they do have this process. I can't remember what it's called, but it's a process where they ask you. There's a movie about it, a very good movie, and I can't remember it right now. But they do take you through a process of, you have to reveal things about yourself, and it's very pop psychology and pseudo psychology. But the main thing is that they extract a lot of information which they may use to to keep you in certain conditions. So, but they do also extract a lot of personal and private and financial and all that information. So they have a very tight check on their members. But that's all I know about them. I'm not like an expert or anything.
Oh, no, that's a good answer. But like, yo, and the crazy part is, like, yo, we give that away up anyway. You know, I'm still confused about the whole Jim Jones thing, like how black people get caught up in the Jim Jones thing. But that's a whole nother thing. But
yeah. In the chat, we got Caesar. I saw Caesar on one of y'all's. It could have been Brother Bakari or the Forecast. I saw him in the chat. He says Scientology is just a money grab, like most religions. We heard from Bukhari for a split second. Bukhari, what say you to all of this?
First, let me say it on the last topic. Look, if I said anything, somebody got upset, don't take it personal. I'm just passionate about that guy. I just want everybody to know that I ain't trying to take no shots at nobody.
Yeah, no one should take anything personal. Yes.
But about this, I'm gonna be honest. Rizza Islam, good riddance. I'm being good riddance.
I agree.
I don't give a damn how much time you get. Good riddance. You know, anybody who come out speaking like there's some sort of, first of all, he act like he's some sort of medical expert, and he was talking about the vaccine, whether I agree or disagree with it or not. And I'm like, why do black people listen to folks like him, right? He's done shows with the ultimate, what they call him, the ultimate conspirator, Alex Jones. All you have to do is listen to this Rizza Islam dude, and you see that he's hustling, right? And it's just good riddance. When they say Scientology is a money grab, it is. That's why so many people from Hollywood was part of Scientology. That's why, because of the money grab. But I just tell people when they follow that, I actually had a friend, right, who NOI, and she was talking about how the Dianetics and all that is good for you. And I started laughing. And I think that's kind of why she stopped talking to me, because we was cool. But, you know, when you say why black people attracted to culture, that's what that is. I would say that's what the NOI is. And I don't know, maybe we need to use more cults in a good way to get black folks to do the right thing. But anyway, that's another
Like the
topic.
culture.
Yeah, if you say I'm in a cult, yeah. Yeah, just like the code I'm in. That's right. But that's it. Good riddance to Rizza Islam, Mama Islam, Daddy Islam, Brother Islam. It doesn't make a difference to me. They were doing. Actually, I think they do. People like that do more harm than good. They sound smart, but I think they do more harm than good. That's my take on it. I yield.
Yes, sir. Let's hear from Oni now. Oni, what say you to this?
Yeah, so my thing is that, you know, this take, I'm like, real talk. You know, it sounded like he was just trying to defraud the state, and I don't really mind. Like, I ain't gonna complain about nobody trying to fraud the state. But at the same time, when the state come down on you, you know, that's what it, like if you messing with the state's money, you know, it's kind of like, you know, I get letters sometimes, you know, not letters, but you know, I get mail, right? And I usually kind of like just let them sit, you know, they go on the table. But when I see IRS, you know, like,
open that shit.
A second, you know, huh? Yeah, no, open that shit up right now. I mean, I think, I don't like this line from Biggie, but you know, because I think it's kind of like weak, where he's like, you know, only the feds are fair, and like, I get it, you know, but I remember somebody else was talking about some supervillain who was like, you know, like some comic shit, but they just like, you know, once the IRS come at you, you know, so. But anyway, my point is this: that yeah, it sounds like he's trying to fraud the state. I ain't mad at no black person trying to fraud the state, you know. But at the same time, you know, I understand if the state come down on you because that's what the freaking state's supposed to do. That's what the state's going to do. Mm-hmm. You know, you messing with California's money if you trying to charge them $6,000 to show a 2-hour lecture, and you trying to charge, you know, $15,000 on top of that of the state's money, right? The state's going to let you get away with it. I mean, the state's not trying to let you get away with that, period. So I think so like, as far as that's concerned, as far as like Rizza is concerned though, like as on a scholarly level, you know, I wouldn't mess with him. You know what I mean? I just wouldn't mess with him. But, you know, I mean, like trying to steal from the state, you know, I would say more power to him for that. But, you know, of course the state's going to come at you. And they came at you. And it's like, you know, realistically, some people might say, you know, why don't black people come to defend you when you stealing from the man or whatever, right? You know, not the man, but you know what I'm saying, right? Yeah. But you know, that's a good you know, that makes some sense, you know, in some romantic sense. But the reality is that, you know, the reality is the state, like you know, it's hard to collect your money. You know what I mean? But the state don't find it hard. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like, it's hard on a personal level. Like somebody you know owe you a couple of grand or whatever it could be, a couple of hundred, whatever it could be, whatever your loaning limit is, right? They owe you that kind of money. It's hard to collect without using, you know, unless you want to go the violence route. You know what I'm saying? But even then, it's not like you're going to collect. You're just going to be violent, right? But the state don't have that problem. You know? So if you messing with the state, that's, you know, like, sure, you could say people should come behind you, but, you know, I mean, did you, like, $3.8 million? Jeez, you know? So I mean, like, as far, like, again, on the intellectual level, I wouldn't mess with Rizza. On this level, I'm not mad at him for trying to do what he tried to do. You know, he was raising it. His mom was doing it. Wait, she died now, right?
Apparently she died.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like, I ain't gonna be mad at nobody for trying to get away with, you know, what everybody else tries to get away with. But the reality is that this state's not going to just sit back, you know. My question is, well, how old is this video? Because when is he because you know his mom and dad now, you know.
Yeah, I moved away from the video itself, but yeah, this has to be like a year or two like just before the pandemic, I want to say that year before the pandemic, this stuff came up. Let's go to Gas Him Up. I haven't heard from Gas Him Up in a minute. Gas, what say you to this?
Yeah, I mean, he's getting rich or die trying. Look, to me, this is what happens when this 501c3 leadership mentality that's amongst Black people, and it's this corporate form of community organizing, and it takes us nowhere. So anyone can create a corporation or a 501c3 not-for-profit, put on a suit and tie, regurgitate some historical facts that Chancellor Williams said years ago that maybe people skipped over the page, and say, yeah, that brother's deep. He's one of us. He's in the community, and this is what goes on. The link I shared, you can see, man, that Scientology, they're another dangerous Illuminati gang, because they're one of the few organizations that actually went to war with the IRS. The brother was talking about, only the feds I fear. Scientology doesn't fear the feds. They went to war with the feds and won. They had $1 billion tax debt and reduced it to $12.3 million. They sued individual IRS officials and were crushing them in the courtroom. So they went to war with the 800-pound gorilla called IRS, and they kicked its ass. So, they're not anything to joke around with, this Scientology group. I want to see. Yeah, sorry.
You guys can look on the screen and see this Wikipedia page, the tax status of Scientology in the United States. And you can see highlighted here, Gas has it. He says in October 1993, the church and the IRS reached an agreement under which the church discontinued all of its litigation against the IRS and paid $12.5 million to settle a tax debt said to be around $1 billion. So they as Gas said, they went head to head.
Yeah, so this is how real that stuff gets. So, we have to. I want to see, are they gonna help this guy Rizza Islam out? Because if they were able to go against the IRS, where's the Scientology gang when you need it? Like, what's the point of me being down with your Illuminati if I can't wink handshake at the courtroom and do the same thing you guys did at the IRS? So what's the point? And that's my whole thing about Black people joining these inclusion myths of because you drink a latte and you go on vacation with certain groups of people you think you're amongst. It like I said, it's interesting. I want to see if they're going to stand by this guy, and he's no different than an Umar. He's no different to me. I don't see any. These are all people who are power. If you took the time and you read, you can literally go head to head with these dudes. They're not really saying anything that's so provocative or groundbreaking, in my opinion. Right. So, I don't wish jail on him. I don't wish anything like that. But if he's frauding people, then hey, look, you got caught. That's just the name of the game. And let's keep it real. The what they were describing that goes on in the school system, this is the whole system in general. That's why I cringe, and I'm not saying people shouldn't seek help or assistance when they need it, but I always call it like this, the Law and Order Special Victims effect. And I end with this. So these people will push you to the state, and then the state will screw you over, and then they'll shrug their shoulders when you go back to them. For example, the reason why I say the Law and Order thing is like, SVU, you'll see Benson, the woman on the show, the female detective, the woman detective. Whenever there's a victim that had an issue, she would come, okay, come on, testify, we'll protect you. And then the fool testifies, and then in the next scene, the gang members shot up the person's grandmother or something, and they come back and she's like, oh, I'm so sorry they did that to you, but you did the right thing. And the person's like, screw the right thing, my grandmother's dead. Where the hell was this protection? So again, man, when you dance with the devil, you got to be prepared to have two left feet. If you play games with the state, don't be surprised when the state, does what they do what they do best. So that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you for that. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I just wanted to jump on something he said real quick. You know what I'm saying, like to kind of piggyback. When it comes to the tax thing, you know what I'm saying, like the brother was mentioning about them. Now that's a whole nother thing, but like and don't take this the wrong way, but like, couldn't we actually learn something? Because if anybody shouldn't be paying taxes, because I feel like, that's robbery. They robbing me every time I get paid, all of this stuff, every time I go to the store with this tax and stuff like that. Like, for them to challenge that, like, isn't that something that we could learn? And for me, I wouldn't even say through litigation, but through those who believe in that, you know what I'm saying? I think that if anything, Black people should definitely challenge tax status, if anything, you know what I'm saying? But that's just my opinion.
Thank you for that forecast. Uzuli came back. Uzuli, what say you to this?
My biggest thing about this is that, number one, when they put your kids into that program, it follows them throughout their scholastic career. So that's one of the main reasons that's some foul shit. Like, if your kid goes into the drug program and stuff like that, that follows them. Just like when they put your kid in special ed or whatever that thing is, it follows your kid around. Mm-hmm. And number two, that guy. I think Forecast said this. Now, if I want or you want to go raise some money to do something, everybody's going to look at you. Oh, that's another Rizza Islam. That's another Dr. Umar. That's another Tariq Nasheed. So I don't know if these people are propped up to be destroyed in order to destroy our trust on our own people. Because the people who collect money and do right by us, it's never publicized. But this man right here, him and his mother, his whole family was doing this. But what does Rizza Islam do? He gives you certain stuff that makes you think that he's for you. He gives you some truth, some things that's working, and then
feel
people,
good.
I learned Rizza Islam said some stuff that be like, oh yeah, that's crazy, that's true. But Rizza, you were stealing from your own people, and not only that, and only I'm gonna hold you accountable for this. Oh, if he was getting, I'm not mad at him. You're not mad at him. He robbed the students. He robbed his own people. Like, what is wrong with us? This shit was wrong. If he's robbing the generation before, kids are our future. If him and his family were doing that, why would you say, oh, I'm not mad at him for doing that? This is crazy. He should be held. We should hold him more accountable than the government is, because he's destroying our youth. And then let's not forget, like, the people that wanted to raise their kid in a different environment with the voucher. Come on, man. We're not. If you're gonna be a Robin Hood, be a real Robin Hood. Don't be pretending and get your pocket. They made a lot of money. So, and the thing I want to know, another thing is that they thought they was gonna get away with that. No, they was watching you. They was letting you get as much money as you can, so the case could be bigger, so the punishment could be bigger, so all these people could eat on top of you. So you think you lying? All these coaches, and these are the people that go to church every day, talk about, I'm a Christian, I'm this and that. You're destroying the generation. I'm done, man.
I appreciate that.
You mind if I? What I heard was that he was, he was charging the state. I don't think they were charging the students. Like basically the kids would just go to a 2-hour class or a 3-hour class, sit down and get a lecture from Rizza Islam, which is not a good thing. No, but then when they sign the attendance sheet,
only what I'm saying is the label that they put on them as like drug kids, drug heads, it follows them. I'm not saying that he was charging the kids. That alone follows you. Just like your record.
I didn't really think about that part. I was just saying that as far as him trying to defraud the state, that's what I was saying. I wasn't mad about. I wasn't really thinking about whether that drug record is going to follow the kids. I mean, obviously, using your own kids or using Black kids is not a good thing.
Right.
But I don't really know if they were.
Can I respond to you when you're done?
I'm done.
Yes, go ahead.
No, I just want to make a quick point to everybody on the panel, and I'm not going to say whether Oni is correct or incorrect, but when Oni says he's not mad at them defrauding the state, keep in mind now, we're going to keep that same energy and we're going to parallel it when the same African or African in the Caribbean defrauds their state and they happen to be a politician. I hope you're not mad as well.
Oh no, I was mostly saying because it's America, like I was just like
no, because remember those countries that they're running are often Commonwealth real estate of the same empire at the end of the day. So if they're bankrupting the nations, and I'm not saying that that's a wrong or a bad thing. I'm just saying, right? No, does that make sense?
No, I feel what you're saying. I'm mostly saying America. Like I'm just mostly saying America. Period.
Even America and the state doesn't really have funds, right? That's coming from guys like us who are taxpayers anyway. So at the end, he's really taking it from us, to be honest, right?
Yeah, they rob us anyway.
Right. They rob us, and he comes along and robs them who robbed us. He's the robber. He's like the dude robbing the drug dealers and all that kind of stuff. Like he robbed us through someone else, essentially. Let me hear from Mr. Untouchable on this.
Yeah, I the reason why I present this prompt tonight is because the last week I was trying to reserve judgment until I knew all the facts. Now I'm not saying that this particular prompt presented all of the facts, but it gives a better perspective on what we was kind of like talking about last week. We wasn't 100% sure on certain things, but this prompt further discloses some information we probably wasn't privy to. But what I would say is this: I asked myself, why would an intelligent man like Louis Farrakhan, and he is an intelligent man, why would you align yourself with this organization? And if you really look at there's a strategy of war that says that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Now, if you look at what the Scientologists have done, they have been able to be very successful against the United States federal government. That is not an easy task for any individual or group. So, and also they are, I believe that these people are more organized, maybe have more political connections than the NOI does. So I think that he may have found or believe that alliance would maybe fortify his group. I don't know. It's really all in the ethosphere. But I don't buy the argument. Would the NOI propose that the L. Ron Hubbard psychology in some way would be more helpful than the great psychologists? Two of them I could think about, Francis Quest Welting and Dr. Amos Wilson. These people were very good at what they did, and I think that these people was 100 times better, or would be able to facilitate, psychologically, the mentalities of our people much better than L. Ron Hubbard ever could. So I don't know what he would have been doing as far as the psychological things that would affect us is concerned, as opposed to our great psychologists and psychiatrists. I really don't buy that argument. I'm more inclined to buy the argument that these people have strategically they are more organized, and financially too. I think that these people have much more money, and who knows what they would the Scientologists have promised to the NOI, or to donate or give to the NOI.
Right.
So I tend to look outside of the individual, because I'm really focusing on the group alliances and why this particular Black group decided to align themselves with a historically white group. And it can't be because L. Ron Hubbard was such a great psychologist. Outside of us, the psychologists we already have, even with Elijah Muhammad. But if you want to, I'm not as willing to buy into that argument. I just try to take a step back away from it and look at the bigger picture in what this guy was trying to do strategically as a general kind of minded individual. But I'll leave it there. I'm gonna try to be short-winded as possible because so many people spoke.
Yeah. Go ahead, Brother Bakari.
I was just gonna say the word on the streets. I don't know because I ain't in the NOI, but I heard some people that left out the NOI. They claim they got like $5 million to bring more people, and they just trying to get Scientology into the black neighborhood. And any black person that would sell that to black people, just look up and see how L. Ron Hubbard felt about black people.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Then you'll see what these people are about. I don't know if I think I heard somebody say, they ain't want they don't wish jail on them. I'm gonna say it again. Good rich, because people like that, man, they mess up our community. Mm-hmm. Good rich. I'm just being honest, good rich.
In the chat, Caesar says it's morally okay to rip off these Western nations. They've been robbing us for centuries. The forecast in the chat says he is Robin Hood. Afro Native World is here. I just was looking at one of your tweets just a second ago. Afro Native World says, big up Nana Amos Wilson. We completed one of his books in our study group today. You know what? So hit me a DM, Afro Native, and tell me more about your study group. I used to have a book club with a guy and Carl Hezekiah, and I can't hear back from Carl at all. I hope he's well though. We used to have a book club that was pretty neat. I'd like to have a book study group type of show on the network too. If there's nothing else there, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5.
Wait, can I?
Yeah, quickly.
Can I add something?
Quickly.
Today, but if you coming from East Harlem, that whole neighborhood is in ruins. Like a lot of the stores left, but just like with the group you just mentioned, now you have there in a pristine condition building the Mormons.
Oh yeah,
they're another group that's infiltrating the black neighborhoods,
which is crazy because I remember as a kid in the Caribbean, you had Mormons will come to these milky, ghostly white folks will come through. I don't know if Mr. Untouchable ever witnessed that, but we had known that they looked at us as devils and all that kind of shit. So we were like, my grandfather in particular, promptly would get them up out the paint. I don't understand how black folks in 2022 are still falling for that stuff, but I digress.
Oh yeah, Koku, they still hair heavy, They ride their bicycles and
really.
Yeah, heavily. When they came to my daughter that day, I tell them, say, I believe in voodoo. They left right away.
Ain't that something? Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. We probably won't get to all the topics tonight because I want to end this by 1 a.m. I don't want to hold people much longer than that. So Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 is actually directed towards Jay. Can Jay describe living in the Netherlands as an African, foods, customs, religions, etc.? Jay, it's on you.
What?
Yeah. Can you describe what it is living as an African in the Netherlands? Can you describe what it's like in terms of your, how are you able to continue, I guess, your Africanness in the Netherlands?
I came here and I was about 2. I was in my second half of my third year of life, and speaking while communicating, I translate from Dutch, even Cape Verdean Creole. I translate from Dutch. So I think in Dutch. I think in Dutch because thinking is not really in a language, but the word choice tell me that I am translating from a Dutch perspective. So just like African Americans, actually African American is a good description of an African American. I would wish that it would be an American African, right? But African American is probably closer to the truth, and I hope you understand what I mean by that, because I'm describing myself, and yeah, it's hard. It's easier to say it about African, to speak in third person about somebody else, African American, but let me pronounce it. Let me pronounce it, and maybe I must contain myself from puking. I'm probably an African Dutch guy. So living in the Netherlands, yeah, I see things that you brothers on the American side should know, you know. Somewhere, I don't know if it was in a chat or in a discussion on social media, but the pilgrims, they departed from here. This pilgrim church is here in Rotterdam, in what's called Delfshaven. In those days, Rotterdam was nothing, like a mud pool, and Delft, which is now a small town, was way more important, and way more powerful. And the canal between Delft and Delfshaven is the harbor of Delft, right? But between Delft and the harbor of Delft is about 25 kilometers, and the canal. In my old home, I moved just one street further, and I'm now, because Wi-Fi is still here. My ISP fucked up with the moving date. So I'm standing up now, and I look at the canal between Delft and Delfshaven, and a lot of our people were transported here as goods, among together with sugar and other products, pepper, and our people were transported through this canal. If I go to Amsterdam, a lot of facades of the buildings in Amsterdam, there's a Suriname sister that has a tour through the canals of Amsterdam, and the tour is along traces of the trade of our people, right? So you walk, or you walk in Amsterdam, and you see Africans, statues of Africans, and faces of Africans on facades of buildings, and when you dig into it, it was a successful, quote unquote, slave trader that used to live there, right? Yeah, it's Black Pete in here, and in the case of Black Pete, our people actually disappoint me, because I see a Moor, I see a rich dude, I see a noble dude in Black Pete, and our people, everything is made a slave, right? So the Dutch are very conniving in psychological games they play. They oppress psychological. They commerce. They practice commerce psychologically. I believe even that the Dutch royal house is above the English royal house. There's also language. The Dutch language, in combination with English, is sort of proof, sort of proof that both of these that English is actually a curse and not a language, right? So this dude John Dee changed a lot of in this language, and John Dee used to summon demons, right? He thought that he was at the end of the knowledge that he could get from earthly frequencies, and so he summoned demons for more knowledge, and he used to yeah, excuse my French, he used to fuck with language. And the Dutch also had a sort of a similar figure, but with other intentions, and he is from this town, Rotterdam. Uh, um, uh, 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 damn. Uh, Rotterdam. Erasmus, right? Erasmus, and he came to this area that's called the Netherlands nowadays, and he translated the Bible from those days, and in that process he mapped the language that was spoken here. So Dutch is full of especially the the soul of a language are the proverbs, right? And the Dutch proverbs are practically all of them are biblical, but a Bible from before the King James version, and that tells me that the Bible was linguistically very deep, very deep, like the Quran. The Arab language is very poetic. There's a lot of synonyms for one word and for one thing, and the significance is slightly different for every synonym. And I believe the Bible before King James was also that powerful, and before the Council of Nicaea even more powerful, right? So we went from speaking magic or math in language. We are now arrived at a curse dominating the world, and that's English. But behind English, or in combination with English, Dutch and English is very conniving, right? I have this wordplay somewhere written down, and that speaks of the Dutch, the Dutch relation with English. In Dutch, England is Engeland, right? It's with one L. But if you separate it, Engelland. So if you add an L to it, it's angel country. Angel, land, country, right? And the Netherlands are the lowlands. So angels coming down are the fallen angels, right? If you take it broadly, and
Right.
and the Dutch in combination with the British, the freebooters, the Dutch freebooters and the British freebooters, it were them that started the East Indian Company and the West Indian Company, right? And you got this dude right around the corner of this pilgrim church in here. Right around the corner is a statue of Piet Hein, and Piet Hein was one freebooter or pirate who took the silver float, as they call it here in the Netherlands, the silver fleet. And it was the Spanish Armada coming back from looting South America, and this Piet Hein pirate, they stole it from them. They charged and stole all this silver and gold, but it's called the Silver Float. I remember even singing, so it's part of Dutch pride, piracy, right?
Mhm.
Piet Hein. Songs like that on grammar school. And wij hebben gewonnen de zilvervloot. We have won, and one is just like mining. The word gewonnen is also the same word for mining. When you win, you get an ore. You take an ore out of mining, and that's also winnen, to win. So it's they speak of robbing as if it's a mine digging for ore, right? So in these songs, they sing proudly about how this Piet Hein took the silver fleet from the Spanish, and when they did, when Piet Hein they had agreements with kingdoms and governments back home. That's why they called freebooters. It were just pirates, and they had a deal to not steal from British and Dutch fleets, right? So attack only the Portuguese and the Spanish or the French, right? That was the deal. But one day took.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But
I'm sorry.
when they took the silver float, they had so much money, they were so rich, they could hire any army of mercenaries or any army that was for hire, and they did that. They came back and they cut the deal. And how did they do it? They didn't share what was stolen. They didn't pay tax to the government. No, and pay attention. A shield of a giant turtle. They painted it red, a red painted shield of a giant turtle. They gave it to the Dutch government, and they gave them the finger, like fuck you. Now we are so powerful that we don't even look to the deal that we have with you, right? So I sincerely believe that all multinationals that are older than 100 years are actually children or grandchildren of the West Indian and the East Indian Company, i.e., this group of pirates. Eventually became because they had the money to dig for oil, So every new thing, they were there at first. So, for example, the Bush family, just name them.
Oh, God damn it. Sorry.
Just name them: the Illuminati, Germans and Dutch. They are always looked over in colonial history, but most probably they were the pirates working with
Right.
and for Piet Hein, right?
Jay, let me
Yeah.
ask you a question. My European geography is shabby. When you look on the screen, what's the percentage of the black population where you are? Is it 2.83 or 3.57? Is it this country here or this country here?
It's about 1 million. It's about 1 million black people. It's just under 1 million black people on a population of 17 million.
Okay, so just under 1 million, population of 17 million. So yeah, it's this country here, I think, on the map.
It's a small brown country to the right of the British
right
Islands.
Here. Yeah, right here, right.
Wait, let me look on my phone because my laptop is tripping. It's sort of a face looking to the right with a long beard.
Okay. I see. Okay.
No, to the north of where you're there. That's the Netherlands, right?
Okay, so
there's a lot to say about the Netherlands because below it is Belgium, and Belgium has this relation with Congo, right?
Yeah.
And I believe that's another thing, the Europe really critical race theory is really needed most in Europe, because Belgium is a new nation. It's separated after a civil war, and I believe this civil war was those pirates, the Dutch royal family, tricking people, because Belgium was becoming very rich in the beginning of the industrialization. Belgium. The first railroad was in Belgium, but Belgium was the Netherlands. So people in the south were becoming too rich for in the eyes of the royal family and people up north. Holland is now 2 provinces, but Holland used to be a country, right? And Holland is the one that became rich off of slavery. But so in the north, Holland and the royal family and whoever are around them, it was a problem to them that the south became rich and powerful. So I personally suspect that they feeded sentiments towards a civil war, and they struck several birds with one stone, because they pulled a king out of their asses, the king of Belgium, and it was in the days that slavery was getting abolished, but the industrialization was demanding rubber. So in the Civil War they killed a lot of nouveau riche of the South, and they pulled this king out of their ass. That took Congo as private property, so they could dodge anti-slavery laws.
I think the forecast wanted to ask a question or make a statement. By the way, forecast, drop the GoFundMe link in the chat for me, please, private and YouTube. Go ahead, forecast.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna do that. Well, yeah, I just wanted to I'm gonna be real quick, just to kind of elaborate, go of what he was saying. You know what I'm saying? Because people have to realize, like, the West Dutch Indian Company, and and a lot of those people don't realize, like, a lot of those people who was involved in that company was Jewish people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I prefer the term shyster. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna say that. They had a lot of investments in that, you know what I'm saying? And when they got expelled, a lot of them went to the Netherlands, you know what I'm saying? And when you look at it, you know what I'm saying, that's when the trade expanded. And then when you get to New York, what was called New Amsterdam, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of those rules, even though the Pilgrims was the one who implemented the selling children stuff, it was and I got a problem with the Dutch personally. I got a problem with all of them, but I personalize each one individually for them. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I have a problem with the Dutch because, they were the first one to put slaves on sale for credit. We all know about Wall Street and all of them. Most of them was the ones who was making money. Then when you look at the Civil War, all of that stuff, they was the ones who was fighting with the South, the people from the Netherlands, the Dutch, you know what I'm saying, who was really the Jews in New York. They was the ones fighting and siding with the South because they didn't want their people to be free. And all of the havoc and destruction they have caused is a personalized thing that they have done, you know what I'm saying? And when you look at that Dutch Indian Company, if you look at the owners, like, it would be like 60-70% was Jewish on the board of whatever, you know what I'm saying? So, like, that whole history, people have to realize, like, how big they were. They was the first ones to put black people on sale for credit. They was the worst ones to put us for credit. And as far as, like, what he was saying, his overall point with language, you know what I'm saying? I guess, this would be my term, his point with language, like, we should be pissed off that he has to talk in Dutch. I have to talk in English. It's the same thing, you know what I'm saying? Anywhere we are around the world, we should be pissed off. That's how we could describe we are in other people's culture trying to do things the way that they do it, on some assimilate into their culture. And that alone should be enough for us to be mad enough to do something about it, you know what I'm saying? So, but thank you, my brother, for letting me get on. And I got to shout out to you for these shows and these good topics all the time, my brother.
Yeah.
The language case. May I say something about the language case?
Briefly. Yeah, go ahead.
We should get angry and use it against them. I think I deciphered the spell, the curse. I think I'm onto something, deciphering the spell / the curse that English is, because I think and speak Dutch. You understand? So we should be in that. Anger is a good energy, and if we keep it calm, if we manage to keep the anger only in our dome and not in our hearts, we can use it tactic. We could use it in war against them. If you understand what I'm saying.
Right. Does anyone have any pressing comment question
Just real
for
quick, just real
Jay?
quick.
Yeah.
Oh, just real quick. Speaking of the Dutch, don't forget what they did in South Africa too. So their tentacles go
Yes,
far. And then they had the audacity to call their language Afrikaner,
yes.
just
It's just 17th
yeah.
century Dutch. It's really 17th century Dutch.
Yeah, not to make you turn up too, JB, but I just put together that how close they was to Belgium, you know what I'm saying? That's crazy.
Right next door. All right. Because of timing, I'm not gonna take a break at the midpoint. We're gonna go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. This is something Brother Bakari brought up last week, so I'm glad the brother is here tonight to join in with this conversation. I'm glad Oni and all of you guys are here tonight. I think this could be a very good conversation, especially in light of what we talked about earlier in terms of the continent reaching out to the diaspora and trying to get the expertise of Africans outside of the continent to come and help them with these endeavors as they come up. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 tonight is, can we have a discussion on businesses we need in order to build? And I think this is a good Gaviite type of conversation. So let me start with gas them up on this one. Gas them up. Not saying you're a Gaviite, but what do you think are some of the businesses that we should be focused on in order to build? Is Gas still here? If not, let's go to Kevin Carrick, 42.
I'm going to be a little biased on this one. The first one I will say, you got to build up arms. You got to have an arms industry. That's the first thing. You got to protect your best interests. Another one is, media. Make your own printing press, so you don't have to depend on the world to do anything for you. A third one, most importantly, food industry. Those are just my big three.
So agriculture, media, and what was the other? And arms manufacturing. I think Jay mentioned in a comment to a previous Shoot the Breeze, I think Jay mentioned that Mozambique. I was trying to remember the country, the African country that makes guns, and I think Jay told me it was Mozambique. Speaking of Jay, what would you say to this prompt? What businesses should we be looking to build in order to I guess gain power, gain nationhood, etc.? Jay, if you're speaking, you're muted.
Oh yeah, indeed, I was speaking muted. Maritime logistics, agriculture, and indeed, yes, something in the area of security.
Shout out to the Hashadi podcast. That's D Web. We mentioned earlier the passing of his pop. So D Web is in the chat saying peace, fam. Peace to you, Web. I hope all is well as it can be, So peace to you. Let's go to brother Oni on this one. Oni, you usually have some good insights on this type of thing. What say you?
Yeah, peace, fam. How you doing? Wait. Why am I talking like that? Yeah. So what I would just go down the list. I started reading this this book, this Wazungu book, and I guess the big summary at least for what Wazungu would say is kind of like what we would just kind of mention, but just the broader topics. I would say agriculture, manufacturing, and education. The reality being that you can't just set up a business, like you can't, like my whole thinking is that you have to be dynamic. If somebody says like this question 20 years ago might be like, yo, I mean, like if we were in the West, right? This question 20 years ago would be like, set up a Blockbuster. You know what I'm saying? But like that's silly right now, so you can't just broadly say, if we're talking about business in particular, you can't just broadly say what business per se. Now, what fields, I think that I usually just reduce the fields into like a handful of studies,
Yes. Yeah, tell us about that.
Yeah, so usually I would say like, you know, for me, I put out, what was it, 16. So I wrote this book. I said, look, there's 16 fields of study that you need: census, governance, foreign policy, transportation, banking, civil engineering, military engineering, trade, the pure sciences, monument building, military strategy, practical sciences, propaganda. Then I use these words that are probably not going to be too familiar. So I say, so I'll just try to translate it. But basically, you know, primary education development, you know, pedagogy, college, you know, university pedagogy, and of course, you know, just character building, I guess, whatever, right? But those 16 fields, right? And of course, you know, like I said, it's on page 522 of my book. But those fields would be what you would look into as far as, particularly in sort of education. But like, to make it realistic and practical, you would then, you know, obviously use these towards, you know, our self-sufficiency, and of course our either internal trade, our domestic trade, or our, you know, intraracial trade, you know. But you know, most importantly, of course, is just, you know, you have to have land, you have to use the land to feed yourself, and you have to be able to defend your land, you know. But again, as far as business, you know, you could say, you know, like those fields I just said about, you know, the sciences and the so on and so forth, and engineering and all that kind of stuff, that will, you teach people those kind of skills, and they can then figure out what the, either you could say the market, or what the needs are of their community, what the demands are of their people, or the demands of people that they can get, you know, OPM from, you know, other people's money or whatever, right? But the yeah, like realistically, you would want to first, like, I try to focus on education, just so that people understand that when you get these skills, when you get the tools, when you get the ability, then you can then apply that, you know, education and the resources you have to transform your thing. And I think realistically, if we're talking about business, you know, you might say you could either go the market driven route, which is, what is it that people are willing to pay, you know. Like I was just reading this, like I said, I was reading this Wazungu book, and the way how he look at money is like, you buy money, you know, like you buy money with products, or you buy money with goods, you know. Like usually we say, you know, we use money to buy products, but he's like, look, man, realistically, you actually buying money when you selling stuff, you know.
That's Adam
so,
Smith,
like,
right?
Yeah, Adam Smith.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, don't tell Gaz Mo. I was trying to just doodle around before he was like, wait a second, you read that Wazungu tribe? All right, but anyway, but yeah, but like that's you know, I that's a nice perspective in terms of realistically, like that's if you're doing the market driven route. Now you could also do the, you know, the state provider, or not the state provider, the community provider, whatever way you're trying to go. The point is that I usually say, if you're going to do something, you got to go where you are, make a survey, you know what I mean? Or, you know, a survey, a scan, or whatever, and then do that. Like kind of like we were just talking about, Uganda has a whole bunch of gold. You know, you go to Uganda and you could go into the gold refinery. You know what I'm saying? But you might not, you can't just say gold refinery without going to Uganda, because you could say, you could, because if you say gold refinery and then you go into, I don't know, Burkina Faso, right? You might not get it. You know what I'm saying? So it's really going to be local. I think that all business is going to be local, and based off of what you can do in that community. And I would just investigate from that place.
Yeah, get in where you fit in type thing. But this is why I went to you there, because I do agree that it really starts with education, and then education, you apply it to the need, right, to the gap, and fill the gap with the business that's needed. So I agree with that, and I like those 16 areas, and I like what Kare and Jay had said also, in terms of, you know, what we really need, the things that we need as a people. You know what I mean? And those are some important things that we need, generally speaking. Daily Affirmation by Pauline in the chat says, the thing is, when you have a business like agriculture, the masses put a requirement on the way the produce should look. And many times the small farmer loses out. Let me go to Tan. Tan, what say you here?
Well, I can't add much after the other brother just laid out the whole manifesto. So I'll try to just be brief. I think one of the areas is domestic tourism. That's something that a lot of Africans are starting to go to different places, and there are very nice spots for hotels industries, for service industries as well. So that's one thing. The second one is transportation, especially in Kenya. The roads are really nice right now, and a lot of people, there's Uber, but there's also a lot of other, other ways that people, skirt around it. But there's also need for large scale transportation and big vehicles transporting things. So that also ties in with agriculture. So the agricultural supply lines and transportation. That's the second. And then the third one was what you were all talking about earlier with the mining and the technology in the tech department. I think that the STEM people should go into Africa and look into that, because firstly they'll have, they have the know-how, they have the technology, and they also get paid a lot more, relatively speaking, because your money goes further there. And so yeah, those three areas. Thanks.
Thank you, Tan. Thank you, Tan. Let's go to the forecast.
Well, I would say you can pick an area, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, to be honest with you, like, yo, when there's a shortage on like baby formula, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, like you can look at it two ways, you know what I'm saying? It could be a crisis or it could be a golden opportunity, you know what I'm saying? And what I would tell people is whatever you're good at, whatever you can do, whatever skill you got, you know what I'm saying? Learn how to capitalize off of it. I mean, you need truck drivers, we need grocery stores, we need people to, we need people in all kind of, like the brother said earlier, in different fields and stuff like that, but also different kind of jobs, like, because we don't have control of any aspect of anything, you know what I'm saying? So anything that you do is a positive step forward, you know what I'm saying? So like yo, we definitely need everything, because like, yo, we have like water crises and every kind of crisis that you can possibly think of. And first and foremost, you will never be protected until you have an army or nation that is be willing to protect you. You know what I'm saying? And there is a class of people, and we spoke of reform earlier, you know what I'm saying, where you can either cast them aside or you can try to catch them at an early enough age, you know what I'm saying, where you could be like, yo, like, or either, because most of the time it's for economic reasons, you know what I'm saying, like, yo, I have a sister right here who's trying to start a business, for instance, like a baking business, you know what I'm saying, a sister like with a business like Chef in the Chair or something, you know what I'm saying. I have a sister trying to start that business. Now she can approach these young brothers with an economic opportunity, or like, right now while I'm starting off small, I can give you, you know what I'm saying, free stuff on Saturdays at, you know what I'm saying, between 8 and 9 or something like that. I can give you stock in the company in exchange for you protecting my business to make sure that something doesn't happen. But like, yo, all of that stuff just takes working together, you know what I'm saying? But like, all I can tell anybody is just whatever you can do good to learn how to do that and try to market it and try to make money off it and then use it for the greater good, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that goes with the whole capitalism thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think I was defining it by somebody else's thing. Learn how to capitalize on the situation that you're in, because right now, like, yo, I would myself push the button for destruction, you know what I'm saying? I'm glad I'm not in charge, you know what I'm saying? But like, yo, at least we can build ourselves up from a position, you know what I'm saying? If we had nothing to depend on, I think we can do it. I got faith in ourselves, but I'll pass the mic.
Yes, sir. Mr. Untouchable.
Yeah, I'm just really gonna reiterate what a little bit of what everyone said, because I believe that they was very thorough in how they looked at this question. But for me, my answer is it depends, because I believe that the black nations in particular should engage in specialization. I believe that that's the industry we need to go in. But before we engage in the idea of specialization, and I'm gonna come back to that, I believe that we need to assess and quantify the things that we possess on our land spaces. It shouldn't be in 2020. When the Chinese come in, they discovered oil.
Yeah, man.
Ugandans were supposed to say, "Oh, yeah, we know we got that a long time ago, and this is how much it's worth, and this is how much is it worth to mine it extract it out of our land." And we have this amount of people here who actually specialize in this particular industry, who knows gold extraction, or who knows land and gold extraction and mining. So you need to hire this amount of our people to do that if we're gonna do business with you, and this is the price for it. So I believe that you need to do that, though. You need to assess and you need to quantify all these things before you engage in what I believe is specialization. Now, for where I am in the Caribbean islands, we are surrounded by sea. Okay, sun, and sea. That's what they say about the Caribbean. So what can you do with sun, and sea? I believe that our specialization, in particular in the field of science, is marine biology. We should have mastered the waters and what the waters have the ability to produce a long time ago. When people mention the sea and sea exploration, who do they mention? Jacques Cousteau. He's a Frenchman. He ain't even where he is. He ain't even around surrounded by water. So that shouldn't be. We should engage in the specialization of the sea industry. On top of that, we should be ahead of the field on solar energy. We should be in the field of solar energy. Why? Because we receive the sun 24 hours a day, not 24 hours a day, but you understand what I mean, 12 months of the year. We don't really have a winter here. So we should have people in that expertise a long time ago. So I would say that there needs to be an assessment and a quantification of what your environment has. And then you need to develop a particular brand of expertise on it. Now, in the United States of America, it's a different situation. Their environment is different because you could engage in any kind of field of industry because there's so much land space and material and the technology that's there. So their environment is varied. They can engage in several different ventures of expertise, but in spaces where there's limited resources and limited land space, we should really seek to engage in or specialize in the few fields with the resources that we have around us. I don't think that we should just go into any and everything just because it's popular. I believe that we should specialize, with what we've been blessed with in the land spaces that we possess and control. That's what I believe. But I just wanted to reiterate some of the great ideas that the panelists have already mentioned.
Yes, sir. Brother Bakari, you heard everything everyone else had to say about this. What are your thoughts on this problem now? Brother Bakari, if you're there, you're muted. Maybe Bakari isn't there. Is Gassim up back, or is he out too? In any event, I think we did a good job covering those topics. Check out Oni's book for more information on what he was talking about. But again, I think if you have that entrepreneurial spirit, like Mr. Untouchable just said, and a few others, you got to look at what's needed, what's important, where, and do you have the skills, etc., to fit that gap? And if you do, I would suggest you go down that lane. So I appreciate that from everyone. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7. We're up against time. I probably won't get to all the prompts tonight. Let's try to get to most of them. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 is Postmates' new bottom-friendly menu. Welcome to the new modern world. I don't know what this is about. I'm almost fearful to get into the clip that came with it, but let's do that. Let me just copy it real quick. This is Shoot the Breeze topic number 7. Let's check out the video and then we'll discuss.
What are you eating, Miss Pride? Well, if you're a top, it seems like you can eat whatever you want. But if you're a bottom, you're expected to starve? Not this Pride. Introducing the bottom-friendly menu from Postmates. We teamed up with Dr. Evan Goldstein from Bespoke Surgical to bring you a menu of bottom-friendly foods backed by science. Insoluble fiber won't help you feel cute, so avoid things like whole grains, wheat bran, cauliflower, potatoes, legumes. Hold up, are you just fully diving into those beans? The problem with these foods is they don't dissolve in water, which could cause a traffic jam in your digestive system, making a mess of your evening. Speaking of messy, it's a good idea to avoid dairy.
I cannot handle lactose right now. Look at her.
If you're going to eat something insoluble, give your body about 24 hours to process all of it. Soluble fibers and protein are the key to having some good, clean fun. These all digest easily and slowly while feeding your good gut bacteria, which makes sushi a great bottom-friendly option. There's no right or wrong way to bottom, but if you're planning on getting peachy this Pride, the bottom-friendly menu on Postmates has the kinds of foods that could keep you feeling good.
Are you organic?
Mm-hmm.
In the words of my grandmother and them from Eleuthera, by damn, I can't believe that was a whole commercial. Oh, my God. Let's start with Kevin Carre. What say you to this?
I'm sorry. I'm still laughing. Is this a joke? Is this real?
Apparently, it's a real commercial, man. What say you to it?
I guess they on your romantic night that you don't want to eat foods that will clog the pooper. You want that pooper to be super clean and clear, so it can it can be a conduit to whatever you want to stuff in it.
Yeah.
A song that just came to mind was the 10 Crack Commandment. Find yourself, excuse my language, but it's like 2D with no chicks. Find yourself in serious shit.
Yeah.
But I digress.
Yeah. Jay, are you still with us? All right. I think Jay is gone. Gas him up is gone. Tan, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here. That was just disturbing. And
that was disturbing, yes.
Yeah, I guess that's the world we live in now. I mean, well, what can you say? Yeah.
a bottom-friendly menu. God damn. Oni, you're in disbelief. What say you to it?
Nah, but tell me why that was the same diet Erzuli be pushing. I'm like, what? The fish, the grain, like, what? That's the same shit.
Erzuli somewhere right now eating his bottom-friendly diet.
I know, right? Shit. All right, that was a. Nah, that gotta be fake though. That's not fake. Come on. Wait, scroll it out. I think it's like one of them parodies websites. That can't be real. Yeah, that's really on Postmates. Damn.
And they disable comments, by the way.
Yeah, of course they disable comments.
There's no blue check. That's a suspect site. Usually these sites will have a blue check, a verification check.
Ah, that's YouTube. That's YouTube.
That's YouTube. Yeah. YouTube doesn't have the check.
Yeah.
No, they do. A lot of the bloggers and influencers, they have checks.
Oh, okay. Well, this says Postmates. I don't know how.
It could be fake. He might be right because I see 10,000 subscribers. I doubt they only got 10,000. I doubt that could be fake. I hope it's fake because ain't no way, boy. Ain't no way. Yeah. Erzuli in the chat talk about he like he got that bottom belly diet, man.
He got two. He even didn't want to go.
hey, it's Pride weekend too, man.
I was saying, right? Yeah, that's why he was in a rush, man. Hey, let's see. So I'm just like, I'm in disbelief. I'm sorry. That was some gay shit. I'm just mad they did these women like that. At the end they gotta be like, black women had to, put up the funds for the trans. Nah, this gotta be fake. I hope this is fake, man. I'm sorry. That's the gayest shit I've heard in my life.
Forecast, what say you to this?
Well, I be trying to make like the positive out of everything, but I ain't gonna lie, I'm a little bit lost on this one. I don't know, but I don't really know what they were trying to say. I don't know.
It's weird.
Maybe I missed something, but I would say this though, you know what I'm saying? I'm lactose intolerant, you know what I'm saying? Like I throw up and stuff like that when I start drinking milk and dairy stuff, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know what the hell they talking about, you know. But I think we should, like, okay, this is a good positive thing I can take. Eat with pride, you know what I'm saying? We need to start learning how to take care of our health and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, our diets is like messed up, you know what I'm saying? So, I guess we should eat with pride, I guess, so that's
all right,
all.
let me explain this to this brother. All right, so pride is code for
Yeah,
gay.
I know what they mean. I'm just saying, like,
He's
just
trying to
not
put a
until we
positive
get
spin.
sick, you know what I'm saying? So.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, just to clarify, they saying if you taking it up the ass, this is a good diet for that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I ain't. That's what I was saying. I'm trying to find something, but I'm lost on this one.
I think Bakari left, right? Mr. Untouchable, you get the last word on this one.
This is the reason I wasn't getting in the beefs with the polygamy argument. You know what I mean? Or the monogamy argument. Because we talking about having relationships with one woman or multiple women. The world talking about eating a bottom friendly diet. Think about that one. Yeah. And so I rather, you know what I mean? I rather have dramas with multiple women or even one woman rather than what these dudes them trying to push. Because they pushing a whole different kind of agenda. So that's where I am.
I hear you on that, brother. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8. We might actually get through it by 1 o'clock. Let's see. Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 is what's to be learned from the Black Seminoles. This came with a link. Let's check it out. And on the other side, we will discuss.
In recent years, Indian tribes across the country have reaped windfall profits, usually from gambling operations, and some, like the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, from belated government payouts for lands taken hundreds of years ago. But what makes the Seminoles unique is the fact that this tribe, unlike any other, has existed for nearly 3 centuries as a mixture of Indians and blacks, runaway slaves who joined the Indians as warriors in Florida. Together, they fought government troops in some of the bloodiest wars in U.S. history. In the late 1830s, the Seminoles lost their land and were forced to a new Indian home in what is now Oklahoma. Over the years, some of them intermarried, and that blurred the color lines even further. Now, the government is paying the tribe $56 million for those lost Florida lands, and the money is threatening to divide a nation. Talk to Seminole Chief Jerry Haney. He says the black members are no longer welcome by many in the tribe. After 300 years together, the chief says the tribe wants them to either prove they're Indian or get out. What are you hoping that the Black Seminoles will do now? Are you hoping they will just pack up and go away?
I would hope so.
So if they're black and they can't prove that they have Indian blood, go away.
Basically, that's what we're saying.
Harsh words from the Seminole chief for the 2,000 black members of this mixed Indian tribe. In response, they say they're just as much Seminole as he is.
I fished in these woods. I hunted in these woods. I went to stomp dances just like the regular Seminoles did. And I never knew I was any different for a long time.
On any given Sunday, go with Loretta Guest to the Indian Baptist Church in Seminole County, Oklahoma, and you'll find red and black Seminoles praying together, singing hymns in Seminole, sharing meals and catching up on tribal news.
Hi, dog.
Walk with her through the Indian cemetery out back, and you'll find their ancestors are buried together as well.
My aunt is next to him.
Were there any distinctions made as to, you all are the Black Seminoles, we're nice to you, but you're the Black Seminoles?
No, nothing like that. We've always been treated as one to another. No difference at all.
It was an alliance that began more than 300 years ago in Florida when runaway slaves and different Indian tribes sought refuge together and later fought the white man. Joe Opala, a history professor at James Madison University in Virginia, says that from the beginning, it was a melting pot tribe. So these people all banded together and somehow became Seminoles?
Became Seminole. And in fact, the word Seminole is not even an Indian word. It is derived from a Spanish word, cimarron, meaning runaway slave. And so from the beginning, you don't have an Indian tribe. It was a multi-ethnic coalition.
Historical evidence documents their close relationship. Blacks became chiefs, signed treaties, and served on the tribal council. They intermarried. They were equals, Opala says, and the Indians depended on them as warriors and interpreters. So there absolutely is proof of the Black Seminole importance to the tribe.
Absolutely. There's a lot of intelligence information that passes back to Washington. For instance, General Jessup, the commanding general, writes back at one point to the War Department and says, the Negroes rule the Indians. What he was referring to was the fact that no significant decision was ever taken in the Seminole councils unless the Black members agreed to it.
When the Red and Black Seminoles were forced out of Florida in the 1830s, they traveled together hundreds and hundreds of miles by boat and on foot, passing through this barren place on the banks of the Arkansas River all the way to Oklahoma. It was a long and difficult journey, referred to as their Trail of Tears for the many who died along the way. Now, nearly 200 years later, comes the $56 million payment from the federal government to compensate the tribe for those lost Florida lands. But the Black Seminoles can't share in it because the government and the tribe say they were slaves of the Red Seminoles back then, and as slaves could not have owned land. Joe Opala, who has worked to preserve their legacy, says that's wrong.
The Black Seminoles fought side by side, died, bled for those lands in Florida. They've been together, they've been good brothers and good neighbors for 3 centuries. It makes no sense now to say they're not Indians.
Our ancestors were some of the most fiercest fighters during the war.
During the Indian Wars?
Yes, due to the fact that they knew if they were recaptured, they were going into slavery, back into slavery.
Bud Crockett and his sister Polly Gentry traced their Seminole roots back to their great-grandmother Dora Davis, who came to Oklahoma on the Trail of Tears. But family legend and physical resemblance aren't enough. Today, you have to be able to prove your Indian heritage, which is hard for most Black Seminoles because of something called the Dawes Rolls, a government census of sorts created in the late 1800s, which separated the tribe into the Blood or Red Seminoles and the Freedmen or Black Seminoles. Intermarriage made no difference, as Polly and Bud discovered with their ancestors.
If you had any black blood in you whatsoever, you were a freedman.
So it didn't matter how much Indian blood you had. Just
Right.
any black blood,
Right.
you went on a separate roll.
Right.
And on the Black Seminole roll, it doesn't list that you have any Indian blood.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm. Did you feel equal to the Blood Seminoles?
Sure, at one time, yes. Still do. Still do. But when money and the government entered into the picture, everything changed. Everything changed.
If they don't have any Indian blood, then, or prove it, then they're not looked at as Indians.
Putting aside that history of togetherness, the Blood Seminoles are going by the book, that is, the government's book. They're relying on that 100-year-old census which separated the Black Seminoles from the rest of the tribe in determining just who gets the government money today. For Seminole leaders like Chief Jerry Haney, this is what it now comes down to: proof. I've met several Black Seminole women, some of whom look Indian, and yet they can't participate in the benefits. They know they have Indian blood.
I'm well aware of that. The individuals that I know of that say that, you're absolutely right. They show a lot of Indian in them. But it's up to the individual to prove that they are Indians. And this is where the problem is. They can't prove it with the Dawes Commission roll.
What happened to your front porch? You have no steps.
No steps. No steps there, no steps here. And I need a whole house here.
Polly Gentry has lived her entire life on land her grandmother received 100 years ago as a full member of the tribe. All Seminoles, red and black, were given land in Oklahoma. Polly says she could use some of the $56 million judgment fund to repair her house.
My husband decided he's going to put some bricks around it, and he got, far as you see them bricks is now, and he had a heart attack.
And it's been like this?
And it's been like this because you couldn't get nobody to fix it.
Do you have the money to fix it?
No. No, Lord, no.
So did you apply for a benefit?
Yeah, but they wouldn't give it to me.
The Seminoles have $56 million coming from the government. And how much of it did you want?
I want enough that I can get me a house built where I can live comfortable. Because it ain't no comfortable here.
This whole business of degree of Indian blood is just a concoction. It's just an excuse now that's been dreamed up of late in order to exclude the blacks from membership in the tribe. I can tell you this, 100 years ago or 150 years ago, Seminole Indians would not have been talking about whether or not this black person has Indian blood. It simply wouldn't have mattered. They were Seminoles.
You know what the motion is? I'm going to go ahead and vote on it. So.
For more than 100 of those years, Black Seminoles held 4 of the 28 seats on the tribal council. But that ended at a meeting like this one in the summer of 2000, when the Red Seminoles voted the blacks out. Sylvia Davis, who was one of the 4 Black Council members at the time, says it was humiliating.
It's been hard for me to sit there and listen to the way they talk to the freedmen. It's been very hard for me.
What do they say?
The racist names that they be using toward them, calling them animals' names, cows, stomping feet, roaring at them, telling them to get out.
They don't want you.
That's right. They'll tell you to go back to Africa.
Why do you think the freedmen, the Black Seminoles, belong as part of this tribe?
Because we have people that die along the trail, just like any other people in the nation.
But I guess they're saying, yes, thank you. You fought alongside us in Florida. That was 200 years ago. It's time for us to separate.
I would just let them know that we have all rights within the Seminole Nation.
But Chief Haney says many of the Black Seminoles and even some of the Blood Seminoles weren't interested in being part of the tribe until it included benefits, namely a piece of that $56 million government payout.
The tribe wanted to have an Indian tribe that was all Indian tribe.
There are too many freedmen.
I think there's a lot of freedmen out there now that are eligible to join, but have not joined because there are no benefits.
But you think if there were benefits for them, suddenly freedmen would be coming from
Yes.
all across the country?
Yes.
Let me tell you what it looks like from the outside, though. It looks like the freedmen fought wars, died with you, moved on the Trail of Tears from Florida to Oklahoma with you. And now suddenly there's a big pot of money. Let's exclude them.
That may be true to some extent, but I don't think that's all of the reasons for what has happened.
He also says the Red and Black Seminoles have just grown apart over the years and have little in common today. But that's not how Sylvia Davis sees it. She's hired Will and John Veely, 2 young attorneys who specialize in Indian law. They're suing the government on behalf of the Black Seminoles.
The entire tribe received a county in exchange for a state. When that was individually allotted, all Seminoles, including the Black Seminoles, received their individual allotments. When the United States awarded $56 million, shouldn't the same people that received the land before also receive the money? The tribe's the same.
The Bureau of Indian Affairs chose not to speak on camera, citing the pending lawsuit. However, in a letter to us, they say that these kinds of issues are up to the tribe. Eligibility for the judgment fund, the letter says, may depend upon whether a current member is descended from a member of the tribe as the tribe existed in 1823. However, the letter says, deciding who's in and who's out is solely within the purview of the tribe. But the Black Seminoles say they won't go quietly. They continue trying to cast votes and participate in tribal meetings without success. Bud Crockett says he won't be denied his heritage, but he won't beg for it either.
It's not all about the money. It's about setting the history record straight about our ancestry and our history and what legacy we intend to leave for our kids.
Since the Black Seminoles were removed, the government has cut off all federal funding to the tribe. That's persuaded some, like Chief Haney, to say they should be allowed back in, but he still says they're not entitled to that $56 million.
Yeah, y'all could come back in, but y'all black ass ain't touching all that money though. It's a interesting thing. Kevin Conrad, you saw this. You see the prompt. What did you learn from the Black Seminoles?
All right. This should have been from day one. You get your money up front because you never know down the road, the people that you help, will double cross you and kick you out. Hence this. What I saw too were these, there are three things I saw. The second one were these people that used the black, they said those Indians couldn't do anything without the black people. And you've seen it in history, but I'll just stick to this one. They couldn't do anything without the black warriors that were fighting for their lives just as much as their lives. And they're fighting double time. And in the end, you get screwed. The third thing I'm seeing is these black folks, yeah, they may have some admixture in them, but they still, to me, look like us, and they're always begging to be part of a group. This is the time we come together as black people. We gotta start saying, yo, I have skills, coming from this tribe. I have skills coming from that tribe. I can use the skills to help you, we can come together and help each other. But what the story is just straight up plain usury. Black people, we have the skills that everyone needs. We gotta start putting that skill internally and start excluding. Back to gatekeeping. Enough is enough.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It looks like Sister Tan may have to leave. Tan, do you have a minute just to speak on this?
Yes. Unfortunately, it's one of those situations where, once again, Black people have to be reminded about how treacherous everybody else is. Even when we try our best to integrate and, and show them that we are a part of them or we were and so on, those historical ties only go so far and not far enough, obviously. So, I really don't have much I can say to help them. Maybe they can form their own separate group and just try to help each other, but trying to, to be in a place where you're not wanted, most of the time it doesn't really, bode very well. So, yeah.
Now, Tan, what time is your show in the United States? What time is your show on Tuesdays?
In California, it was at 11 a.m.
11 a.m.
So that would be 11 o'clock,
like
11 a.m.
Like 8 a.m. You guys are 3 hours ahead of us, right? In New York?
I think,
Yeah, it'd be
we're
2
always
p.m.
behind everyone, I think. We're always behind everyone.
Oh, yeah. It's like 2 p.m. You're right. Yeah, it's like 2 p.m. because that's right. I was on the program and it was like 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon when I was on that. Yeah, so it's around 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay.
Yeah, it's in the evening over here in Kenya. It's at 9 p.m. Then when I was in Germany, it was like 8 p.m. So I've moved through all the different time zones.
Yeah. All right, we'll be tuned in. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
No problem.
And have a good day.
You too. Azuli came back. Azuli, what say you to this?
I would shout out to Columbus for doing what he did to them. Shout out to all the colonizers that shitted on them. As a matter of fact, I read somewhere that technically the Seminoles were really the runaway slaves. It wasn't them. Like, the red ones didn't really exist. But hey, what did you expect out of those people? Whether you help them or not, Dr. What is it, Henry Clark said, we had no friends in the beginning. The sad thing is that, like, the men in there's like crying, bro. like how could you? Why would they be? You acting in the? I don't even want to say feminine because they got women that will just destroy that whole thing. Like, I don't understand. Why are you begging them to accept you, bro? Like, what? See, I'm glad when they give them the wake up call, because those people probably thought, oh, I'm Native American. I'm different than you. Look at what just happened. But in the end, shout out to Columbus. What's the president that chased him out of Florida? Andrew Jackson.
Yeah.
Shout out to him. At the end of the day, 56 million for all the land you stole. You look dumb. 56 million is nothing. Is 56 million really, bro? You don't even want to give the Black Seminoles like a couple of some money in there? But shout out to shout out to Columbus and Andrew Jackson for shitting on them the way they shitted on them. So I never expected anything different from them. They don't really. They probably was like you just said. You could be around as soon as the money come now. That's for us only. I bet you it was mostly the Black Seminole that died in that fight. But now look at them, like no pity, no embarrassment, like just it's ours. But what do you expect from Mongolians? Like I don't understand.
Seems like Jay was around, but when I was calling on him, he wasn't responding. Jay, you're back. What say you to this prompt?
Let me see here. Yes, the lady, the Indian. I keep from. I refrain from commenting. It's sort of difficult. I am actually one that wants to believe that I am actually one that wants to believe that that some indigenous people were actually black, and not even the ships that left from Mali really longer ago, because the streams, the ocean streams that pass Cape Verde from Africa to the Americas or the Gulf of Mexico is as old as I don't know, millions of years. So I believe fishermen or whatever used to get lost and arrive in around Belize, Mexico, Nicaragua. You know, the Gulf of Mexico and the north of South America. I believe we've always been there. That's what I have to say.
Thank you for that, Jay. Let's go to the forecast. The forecast. What say you to all of this?
All right, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, yeah. I've been kind of itching to say something about this because, like, I have to really get into like, the history of all of this. You know what I'm saying? Like, because like, when it comes to the Seminoles, you know what I'm saying? Like, for me, I would never say, shout out to Columbus or Andrew Jackson. You know what I'm saying? Because like, when you see what really happened, you know what I'm saying? Now, I don't get into the ADOS and the like, the beef and all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? But I got to get into like the history there. And this has nothing to do with where they come from. That's why I don't get into those arguments. But I would say because people don't realize, like, Florida was a Spanish colony, and they go by, when America, they go by the 13 colonies, with the British came in the 1600s, you know what I'm saying? So that's why they go by the 1600s. But the Spanish not only brought black people here as slaves, you know what I'm saying, in Florida and Georgia, that whole area, but when they came here, you know what I'm saying, there was some people that we would classify today as black people, you know what I'm saying? Like, you would look at them, oh, that's a brother, that's a sister, you know what I'm saying? Like, whatever they called themselves at the time, you know what I'm saying? And the people, it was a dude named Ponce de Leon who came here for Spain, you know what I'm saying, to like kind of conquer the land or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Once they got to the quote unquote New World, and he got killed by these people, you know what I'm saying? But like, they brought a whole lot of people here. So like, when you go to the Seminole era, you know what I'm saying, people don't realize, like, because when you hear about the Underground Railroad, you hear about going to Canada, but before Canada, people was going to Florida, because if you made it to Florida, you would get freedom, you know what I'm saying? And Florida was kind of different territory than it is today, from Georgia and all of that, you know what I'm saying? But when they was going down there, because Spain had a problem with the British, and they was offering black people freedom if they could make it down there. And there's like countless stories of like rebellions of people trying to make it down there. I forget the name of the brother, but like, they had one successful thing, and they almost made it. They was like 20 miles of Florida.
The Stonio Rebellion, the Geechee.
Yeah, exactly. That's the one, you know what I'm saying? and so they almost made it, and then they got gunned down or whatever. But like, yo, Spain just offered these black people land, even though it was swamp area and stuff like that, if they helped them. But they had to be Catholic and all of that other stuff. They had to accept the Spanish way, you know what I'm saying? Pretty much. But like, yo, the Black Seminoles, like, yo, the dude he was talking about, because they only talk about half troops. They said this is not a Indian war. This is a Negro war we were fighting, because really they was trying to put these black people back in slavery. That's what Andrew Jackson was trying to do. You know what I'm saying? He was trying to because like they had a problem with Spain having Florida and all of these black people leaving Georgia and South Carolina, getting down there. And they was like, yo, we got to do something about this. You know what I'm saying? That was his goal. And also, when they talked about the Trail of Tears, nobody talked about the Black Trail of Tears when they sent all of the Asian-looking quote-unquote Indians out west. You know what I'm saying? They don't talk about all the black people. They marched miles and miles to replace them in places like South Carolina and Georgia, who, even though in 1808 they banned the slave trade, they still did the slave trade in their own states. You know what I'm saying? Like, but the Black Seminoles, like, yo, there's a whole history thing to it, you know what I'm saying? But the Black Seminoles was basically black people who ran away from slavery, still fighting for their freedom, you know what I'm saying? And Andrew Jackson's goal was to put them back in slavery because it was a problem, you know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, I'll stop right there though.
Yeah, this is a good topic to expand on another day as well.
No, let me say something real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not saying what I agree with everything that you just said. We all know the Seminoles were originally us. The Seminoles are the runaway slave. That's why the Spanish people called them Seminoles. It wasn't them. That people I'm talking about, the red ones are the $5 Indians we're talking about. What I'm saying is, when I said, so maybe I misspoke or whatever, but I didn't mean.
I thought the $5 Indians were white folks who paid their $5 to get on the Dawes Roll. So to me, there's the red, right? There's blacks, and there's this white boy who came in and said, like around 1865 somewhere, who came in and said, hey, let me put $5 down so I could be considered Indian, and so I could get, these benefits of land and whatever else was being given out at the time. Am I incorrect about that?
Because I'm talking about specifically about the Seminoles. The Seminoles, like the brother said, were but the Geechees, the Gulawas. The Gulawas are really the Indian was they want to say. It's the Geechees that came from there, the Stonehill Rebellion. Like the brother just said, they ran down to Florida because Spain was giving them guns and stuff like that. But like he said, they had two things. So a lot of the Seminoles were not those red people. Where did those red people come from?
Yeah, it was like what we would call the Indians today on reservations and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But but the thing is with the Dawes Rolls came like a long time after those like rebellions and after the Seminole War. Like, Andrew Jackson was in 1820s and the Dawes Rolls was in the 60s and 70s, you know what I'm saying? It came a long time afterwards. And that was like after the Civil War and stuff like that. It's like the whole context. That's why it's like hard to get through the whole thing. Like I literally went like year by year. Like I was working on a project, like a book. Like I just went year by year to document all this history. Like, because like all that stuff came after the Civil War and stuff like that. And then like it was a whole different thing to it. But I'll start right there. My bad.
No, I appreciate that forecast. Let me go to Mr. Untouchable.
It's for me, it's not really my fight. I'm sure that the Black Indians is wonderful people, and I hope that they get from the American government what they believe is owed to them. Sometimes I sometimes they ask things beyond what I believe that the United States government could provide, because to me it's another reparations argument, and sometimes we ask for things and we really sincerely believe that the United States or the United States government has the ability to provide these things. And the reason why I don't necessarily I believe in a reparations argument, but to another degree. But I don't believe it beyond what the United States is capable of doing. Because if you ask the question, give me reparations, what does that mean? Repair me to the position that I was in prior to any harm being done to me. Okay, so that means put me in a position that I was in before the rape, before the menticide and the destruction of my African mind, on location, So that means put me back to the place that I was in prior to you removing me from that place. This is beyond what the United States government can actually do. I don't personally think that many people in the West would like to be put in that position, because most people don't believe they're African, and most people don't want to return back to Africa, let alone having an African mind again. Let alone they might want the monies that they believe that was taken away from that, but that's neither here nor there. To put me in a position that I was in prior to all the harms, the 400 years of harm that was done to me, that would replace me back in Africa with my African mind and on all the rape that was and tortures that was placed upon me. Well, you can't really repair that. You know what I mean? That's like, and you can't repair with money either. You know, so I think it's beyond the power of any human government to do that. You know what I mean? You can't necessarily, in my mind, now I might be wrong about this, but a money payout cannot repair my mind. You know what I mean? So I think that sometimes I believe that we should go beyond that. But in this question of the Black Seminoles or Indians or whatever they want to call themselves, you know what I mean? I have no problem with Black people who want to consider themselves to be Indians or want to get recompense from the government. But I believe that some things is beyond the human intervention to actually do. And these people, if they want to be Indians, we have seen, you know, on this particular podcast, many enclaves Black people deciding, well, we want to be Hebrew Israelites. So they collectivize, they get together, and they form their own band or sect of whatever Israelism is supposed to be. We've seen other groups of Black people unify and do what they need to do distinctively within and of themselves. What is stopping this group from saying, well, we declare that we are Indians, therefore we're going to buy a certain piece of land and we're going to do our Indian thing on a certain piece of land? You know what I mean? It's like nothing is prohibiting them or stopping them from doing it. But really, it all comes down to, for me, it's looking like a money payout. If they feel that they're owed it, no problem, man. I hope they get it. And I'm thinking they're wonderful people, but it's just, for me, it's not my argument. For me.
I feel you on that. Last but not least, and before I go to Oni, just want to remind the listeners, check out the Forecast Radio, check out Brother Bakari's channel, check out Gas Them Up with Jay and Tanzan, the Black Pentagrammers. Make sure you subscribe to their channels. Check out the Harsh Ali podcast. Hit them up, let them know that your anticipation is high for when the show returns in the fall. Hit up the Learning Curve. That's the Revolutionary Matron as well. And make sure to check out the Pro-Black Perspective in a few hours, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, where he does a segment called The Enemies Within. Speaking of Oni and the Pro-Black Perspective, Oni, what is it that we're supposed to have learned from the Black Seminoles?
Well, I couldn't necessarily say what it is, but this reminded me of Lauryn Hill's Lost Ones, where she starts off with, "It's funny how money changes situation." You know what I mean? But yeah, I think you were right about what the $5 Indian is. It's them white boys pretending to be Indians.
Yeah.
I was gonna say maybe three things. I was gonna say one, I like how this well first actually four things, I guess. I wouldn't ever big up Andrew Jackson in that. You know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, like what the fuck? Like, I mean, I couldn't believe it. You know, they was holding on to their pockets. I don't know if I was a little wild, right? But he was like Andrew Jackson and Christopher Columbus. Like, damn, all right. You know, shit, you know, you trying to start a war. But yeah. So what I would say is, you know, I do like how this native guy, he didn't censor himself for the Black journalists. I always like that. You know, when they don't censor themselves the black journalists. You know, they can say the most radical, you know, shit, and they like bug and talk to a black, because it's like when they do that because they don't respect you, or they just respect themselves enough, or whatever. I didn't really care for the two white lawyers. That was kind of like shit to me. But I was gonna say this reminds you of the Black Israelites. You know, the reality being that you could live with a people, you could fight and die next to a people. 300 years being neighbors, you know, sharing a burial, all that kind of stuff, sharing a deep history. And then like it is, like realistically, when the money come around, you know, or whatever, when the white boys show up, you know, they could turn against you. And the thing is this too, it's not even like limited across ethnic groups. Real talk. You know, because like realistically, that you could see that same thing among our own people. You know, like you could be in a neighborhood with somebody for, you know, you could be neighbors for 300 years or whatever, you know, not literally you personally, but, you know, your families will know each other. And then this white boy come along, you know, and said, hey, look, man, I got quite a few, like you got to realize, like, you know, all the entertainers grew up in our neighborhoods. You know, they knew our families. You know what I'm saying? You know, whether you say Tariq, whether you say Jay-Z, they all, like, if you're talking about like just, you know, just African Americans in general, right? You talking about people who lived in these communities sometimes for generations, you know, and they turn on them as soon as this white boy come along. So I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm not just going to say it only happens across race, but the thing is, this is probably definitely going to happen across race. You know, at least you could expect black folk to stick together. I'm not going to say it's 100% because obviously I wouldn't have the program Enemies Within otherwise. You know what I'm saying? but the reality is that, you know, this is just like one of those cases. You know, it is low key sad. You know, well, not really, but you know, it is something to see. You know, this would be black folk living there for 300 years, thinking it was a part of the group, and then, you know, getting thrown out. But you know, like that's part of the education that we were talking about earlier. Like realistically, you got to realize that ain't nobody gonna look out for you. You know, ain't nobody gonna look out for you. And as a group, and a part of this world is that people interact and engage in groups. And like when we turn on our own, that's bad. But the reality is that when other people turn on us and you don't see it, that's sad.
I appreciate that. We have a minute more. Any last words from anyone on the panel on this topic?
Get everything in writing. Look at everything outside of your group, outside of black people. Deal with any of these groups. Have it in writing and have it in your favor. Never agree to anything they want you to do. You know, just to not sign anything. Never get it all in writing.
But they took Manhattan in writing too, bro. It don't mean nothing to them.
Listen, man,
we don't care about writing. They'll change the law. They'll move the goalposts when they want your stuff, bro.
That's
you
true
gotta
too.
get it in blood.
Yeah, man. Forecast, go ahead.
What you saying? This was the end, or you was just saying just on this topic?
Yeah, well, this is the end. This is the last topic for tonight. So if you have any last words, share them now with us.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to thank you for letting me come on here, and I gotta thank Mr. Untouchable. You know what I'm saying? Yo, you got great shows. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta shout you out, and I appreciate you letting me come on here. So you know what I'm saying?
Not a problem, man. Not a problem. While you're here, Forecast, let them know what your schedule is this week.
I don't know. I'll make it up when I go along. You know what I'm saying? Whenever I feel inspired. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So in the meantime, guys, just subscribe to the Forecast Radio YouTube channel and click the bell to be notified whenever he decides to go live. Only what should we look forward to tomorrow?
So me losing my cupcake, and now I'm joking.
You lost that about 2 hours ago.
You said what?
I
lost exactly. Like shit. I'm just thinking about it. I'm like, damn, yo. All right. No, I'm just playing. I mean, what if she listens? But I really lost it. All right. Nah, I mean, there's quite a few. There was this one. Yeah, we're gonna go into quite a few. Somebody wanted colonization, wanted the white colonizers back in Africa. So we're gonna dissect that. And of course, Marcel, I'm surprised we didn't dissect him. I think Kevin Carre showing him off, I believe. But Marcel, we gotta look at that dude, because this fool gonna run a whole campaign under the name Marcel, and his name is Greg. Like, come on.
Yo.
Yo, no, he sabotaged himself from the beginning, man. To get them donations, to keep them donations, man.
Yeah.
Why would you go by the wrong name? And everybody go to the, people go to the ballot like, who? Why he not on the ballot? And it's like all this time. And you know his fans can't read, you know.
but here's a bad thing. He was campaigning. He had Dorit and Sheeta and all the other people, campaigning for him, and he still came in third. The guy that no one knew about came in had a much higher vote than he did.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll tune in to only in a few hours to hear him break down Marcel for Congress. Shout out to Jay. Jay, do you know? Oh, well, Jay, let the people know when the Black Pentagrammers are on live stream.
The Black Pentagrammers are on. That's 8 o'clock for you guys. That's 2 o'clock in the morning for me.
yes, I know.
Yesterday was a bit hard because I'm into physical work lately more. So was a bit tired. And it's the whole week, it's whenever I get a job, I grab it. So yesterday was a bit hard for me. I fell out one or two times.
Yeah, I know.
Today I woke up and the show was already going. I totally forgot to set the alarm, but I woke up sort of on time.
Yeah.
But it's every Friday. And as said before, we spill our minds.
Yes. Last night was a good show. Like I said, Mr. Untouchable was there. I was in the chat. It was pretty good. So you guys make sure to check out the Black Pentagrammers. The channel is called Gas Them Up. So just look up the Gas Them Up on YouTube and subscribe, and you'll be notified. Anyway, we only got through 8 tonight because we had a extra long topic. That's fine. I think it was fire content. By the way, if you guys can do it, or if you guys know how to do it and will show me how to do it, I'd like someone to help me with breaking these segments down into individual chunks, like breaking the video down individually, so I could repurpose or reshare each individual segment. Because sometimes we have some real good segments that we could break those out into its own thing, 20, 30 minutes.
Hey, just download the video and just like get like an editor program and just like upload one part at a time. You know what I mean?
Okay, I think I know exactly what you mean. I'll contact you if you don't mind, and we could talk about it a little bit more.
And and I forgot to say this too. Like, you're the only person. Like, I've named like several historical things that most people don't know about. You're the only one that knew about. So I got to shout you out for that too.
Oh, I appreciate that shout out as well. We'll be back next week. Go ahead, Mr. Untouchable.
Yeah, quickly, I wanted to say something. I'm gonna give everybody some homework to do.
Okay.
If you all individually, because I know everyone is on a different platform from time to time. If you all find or see someone that you all know would have good contributive value to this show, to add, to help it to grow, send them a text or something, invite them on to the show so they could contribute, female or male, because we want to try to grow this situation of bringing all these different kind of ideas and diverse opinions together so we could learn from each other and develop something tangible and real. So this is the purpose of us getting together and trying to use all these brilliant minds to find something that we could really get to have out in the world that's very, very positive. So if you all could find someone, just invite them onto the show, one person. But if you can invite a group, do it a group way. And I appreciate Brother Bakari inviting his one of his main people who usually is on his show, Miss, I forget her name right now, Erica. She did what she needed to do, and she brought her perspective and a little bit of balance to the show, and I appreciate him for that. But if you all could find others who are willing to at least sit and listen for a time, I promise you, man, they won't be disappointed. But that's your homework for next week.
Appreciate that, Mr. Untouchable. Thank you for all the topics. You, Kevin Carre, Onita Say presented the topics tonight. Thank you all for all the topics. Thank you for you guys on the panel for all your insights. I'll see y'all during the week anyway, because whenever y'all go live, I'll jump on.
Can I say something short too?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I didn't answer the question right away. Someone commented that in the chat. The topic aimed at me, but I just had to push through how important the Dutch are in the construct of the world powers today. I just wanted to push that through because the question was something different. It was about culture and food and such things. But it's important. It's important to know the role that Dutch played and still play in the world power. But their way is just very slick and sneaky.
Yes, sir. All right. That's it. Sister Ross says, giving thanks for the reasoning, my brethren and sisters. Thank you, Sister Ross, for being here this whole time. As Oni said, good chat. Peace, fam. That's it for us tonight. I'll see you guys during the week on all your different platforms. We will be back here together next Saturday for Saturday night. Shoot the breeze. Until then, you guys be good. I'll see you later. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.